welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another broadcast, the third broadcast of the day. As it has been a very intense weekend here over on the CranKy Ducklings. Welcome to the Fire Grow Cup playoffs. Again, it's been an intense weekend. We had Group A 2 days ago. Yesterday, we were live with Group B, and now we have our top six. We have our top six players of the tournament, and we are here to crown our champion. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Of course, first up, we have the quarterfinals. We have a ZVT. Oh god, ZVT between Wayne and Replicant. Let's go. We just wrapped up with casting the Sparkling Tuna Cup. We just crowned our STC champion, the tuna, if you will, of the week. But now we are here to find out who advances on to the semifinals. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Alkione, we have the Red Zerg player representing himself, currently teamless. It is Wayne. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Blue Terran player representing CSO Esports. From the land of Kazakhstan, it is Replicant. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Get your gamba going as... you can place your bets in the chat. Best of luck with those predictions. As a reminder, this is a best of three series here in the quarterfinals. So advance on to the semis. We'll be covering both quarterfinals, one after the other, followed by the semis, followed by the grand finals. Oh boy, 5 series here tonight to end the evening. Oh boy. It's been an intense evening already, Papi, and we're gonna go all night long, Papi, all night long. So much StarCraft over the weekend, Papi, so much StarCraft. I'm here for it. Hope you've been enjoying yourselves. Again, I do recommend the VODs. If you missed out on the group stage, if you missed out on Group A and Group B, I do recommend, as we had some amazing matches throughout the past couple of days. So you can then catch up and then settle into what we have for you here and now. The quarterfinals. Oh boy, here we go. After this series, we'll be going over Nickrat versus Strange, and that is going to be the lower quarterfinals match into the eventual semis. We are going to be getting to openers. It is going to be a Rax Expand standard opener out of Replicant. Likewise, back across the map, we have Wayne, Hatchgas Pool. So far, so good. Now, when it comes to these two players and their performances, Replicant actually surprised me quite a bit in the group stage. He came out second place in his group, second only to Young Yako. He had a very strong performance in the group stage up against players like Nickrat, players like GG Machine as well, and of course many others. The one player that he did falter against was Young Yakov, was in this very match of this TVZ, and we saw Replicant, he was willing to mech it up. Did play mech at one point against Young Yakov, and another did play Bio, thankfully as well, did mix it up, but clearly he can embrace both, and he's going even into something quite different here. That is a third CC before Factory, oh my god! Talking about being aggressive, but no, talking about greed here. Oh my, 3cc 3 racks, question mark, or maybe 3cc 211. Regardless, a very fast sword command center before any other tech, before the factory, the starport, the second racks as well. This is insanely greedy, and yes, it is 3cc 3 racks. Oh boy, this fun fact is a PvP build. This is a Terran vs Protoss build, now going to be showing off here against a Zerg player instead. We'll see if Replicant can get away with this. We'll see if Wayne can punish. As for the time being, Wayne is in the dark. Wayne just droning, happily getting to his third, settling into his own economy, into his own build. Still unaware of how greedy Replicant is being. Now, the way this works is that this is going to be working towards a sim timing, going to be working towards tech lab, upgrades, bioproduction, of course, and eventually a stim move out across the map. We'll see if this does hit with medevacs or with just bio. As, of course, the factory and the starport is delayed, medevac production is going to be delayed as well, which means that this move out is going to take a little bit longer to really hit the field, but once it does, there's going to be a lot of Marines. Purely Marines. Meanwhile, Wayne, he does poke in. Does take down the SCV. Meanwhile, oh my god, a shout out to Slow Joe in the chat. Papi God, thank you so much for resubscribing. We do appreciate the support. Glasses, Papi Glasses, we do appreciate as he does gift a sub to Hyper One. Oh my. Hyper One, fun fact, who actually we casted earlier today and actually won the random raffle of the Sparkling Tuna Cup. So shout out to Hyper One, and thank you so much to Slow Joe. Do appreciate it. See many others in the chats. Late Chrononauts alongside Aistan. We have Psycons, Easy Feel as well. Roxin, welcome one, welcome all. Again, the night is still young and full of Terran. Let's go. As here is that +1 follow-up. Still no starport, by the way. Factory is still in production, of course. Into the eventual starport, into the eventual move out. Looking to line up with +1 attack. But again, this is going to take a while to really get going. What I should emphasize as well, the downside of this build, oh my god, as we are throwing down extra Rexes, but the downside of this build, of course, is that there are no Hellions and there are no Banshees. What does that mean? That means limited scouting. As you can see here, looking at the Vision of Replicant, he has seen almost nothing. He was able to get an eye on the natural and a little bit at the third base, but there's no Hellions and no Banshees, so there's no harassment either. There's no way to really dip in and try to pick up a couple of workers. There's no way to really vie for map control and deny some of the creep spread. It means that Wayne is left completely to his own devices, as he is now focusing on his own push. Ooh. He's building up roaches, building up links as well. Wayne is not droning. Wayne does spot the army, though. That's a lot of Marines. Stim is done. And can Wayne even take a fight? Uh-oh. There goes the first Stim. The last of roaches, they do get some of the Marines, and they can pick them away. And with them, Marines are going down, and Wayne, he does shut down the push, does force back Replicants, and on top of that is ideally looking to try and delay and deny the third. Remember, Replicant, he rushed into the third base. He has nothing else behind this. Remember, no factory production, only Marine. And man with good is good, but man with gun needs support. Third CC is denied. Wayne pushing towards the natural. Going for the wall. Ooh. Whilst they connect, they will shut down all these depots. Supply blocking Replicant is heavily supply blocked. 4 depots go down. Bunkers are finishing. Thankfully, the bunkers do complete. Oh my god, but they're just going down anyway. There are just so many Ravagers, so many piles behind this. We can see Wayne is just droning up. Saturating his bases. The boys are being pulled. Lings are here to shut this down, though. Yeah, Wayne, he has more than enough. Oh my god, the piles connect. SCVs are going down, and Wayne, he doesn't just break the third. He doesn't just break into the natural. He's pushing into the main. He's going for the kill, going for the main base. Oh, we do see Combat Shields does barely finish in time. Oh my god, that was close. But alas, Replicant, he has lost control of that natural. Sure, he has all these racks. It looks like he was building up towards a 3-base all-in, towards an 8 racks. But alas, before he could really get there, he's being shut down. Wayne is all over this. It looks like there are enough Marines to clean up this army, the Lings and the Ravagers. Replicant, he will survive, but at what cost? He does keep his orbitals alive, but he's down to 23 SCVs. Sure, he can build up his bio. He has +1, but only 1 eBay. No follow-up upgrades. And Wayne, he's just chilling. He's on 56 workers. He can get a 4th hatchery just for larva and just focus on surviving the counterattack. Speaking of, here it comes. Here comes that counterattack. Medevacs have a right to support. They're out of energy already. They're struggling to maintain the army even. Tank production has begun, and the pressure is now on the Terran. Pressure is on the Terran here. Clears up a good chunk of creep. Pushes up the rim. Just the one Ravager. I mean, the Bio Army can take down some of these roaches. But he has to break through. He has to get more damage done. And so far, so good. It does gain ground. Pushes into the third. But of course, time is on Wayne's side. Lings and roaches, they are reinforcing. Oof. 1 medevac falls. And Wayne, he gets the other. 2 medevacs go down, 2 more to arrive. And Replicant, can he actually break through this? I mean, he's trading relatively well, but forced to pick up. Replicant, he does not have enough. Wayne behind this, now building up Ravagers. More Lings are on the way. Spots the army. Forces it back. Replicant trying to recover. Now back up to 36 workers. Is on 7 Raxes. No extra gases. The Biles, no! The Biles, they connect. They shut down the tank and a medevac as well. And that's going to be everything that Replicant had left here. His one chance was the counterattack, was to try to punish Wayne. Alas, wasn't quite able to. Almost, though. Did make him sweat, I'm sure. But Wayne, he survived the counterattack. Now he's here. He's here to break the third for a second time. Not enough Lings to support, though. The Marine Army dust him in. Oh. And pushing further forward. The boys are being pulled. Oof. The Biles don't necessarily connect here, but alas, we're running out of Marines. Running out of steam here. Does take down all the roaches at least. That's still 11 SCV kills. That's still trades that Wayne can afford and Replicant cannot. Takes down the Deepers once again. Takes down the Deepers. The Plows didn't quite connect. Nice dodges there out of Replicant. Again, he's microing his heart out. Takes down the Ravagers. Let's take them down. Wayne backs off. Again, Wayne having a really hard time sealing the deal and killing Replicant. Did cripple him, don't get me wrong. Did kill another 5 SCVs on top of that. Has to back up, has to recover, has to build up a greater Roach Ravager army. And make sure he doesn't die to the counterattack, as it's moving out once again. Sam Replicant, he's got 1-1. Still making 9 Marines at a time. That's a lot of Marines. It's a lot of buy. Lings are going to be catching some reinforcements. More Lings on the way. More Lings are moving out. Oh, the tank once again. Files connect. Tank goes down. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, in the Marine army, there's just not enough here. Not enough numbers on the fire. Lings, they get across the map. They hit the natural. They hit the 3rd CC. And GG gets called. Replicant taps out. And Wayne takes game number 1. GG. Oh my god. Again, a wild, greedy build out of Replicant. As a reminder, he went 3 CC before Factory and before Second Racks. A very greedy build. And he was building up towards a bio army. Alas, Wayne, he did punish him by going for his own Ling Ravager attack. Again, because it was purely Marine that his opponent was working with, there was just nothing to defend. And Wayne did punish the greed of the Terran. Did punish the grid. I also mentioned before that the downside as well of that build is because of the lack of Hellions and lack of Banshees, you lack scouting. You lack scouting information. Replicant, he had no idea if his opponent was droning or not. That's just, you know, one of the many corners that Replicant did decide to cut there, and again, was punished for it. Was punished for it in the end, and now we're getting into game number 2. We're going to be diving into Oceanborn. Let's go. We are diving in. As a reminder, this is merely a best of 3. Best of 5s are on the horizon. As we're getting into game 2 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the red Zerg player leading the series 1-0. It is Wayne. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Terran representing CSO Esports from land of Kazakhstan. It is Replicant. Here we go. Ooh. And Replicant, he's going for a very different opener this time. Game 1, Hyper Greed out of the Terran. Game 2, 2-Rax Reaper. 2-Rax Reaper out of our Terran. I mean, this could actually be a 3-Rax Reaper. There could be a 3rd Rax further back in the main. That is possible. That is still a viable build, so we'll keep an eye on Replicant to see how aggressive he plans on being. Oh boy. We shall see as we have the initial 2 Raxes. They have been placed, they have been thrown down. And Reapers are going to be upon us. Now, the goal here of 2-Rax Reaper is to contain. Is to deny the 3rd, contain the Zerg player on 2 bases, and try to get ahead economically. And try to throw a wrench in the works and disrupt the build of the Zerg. That is the goal, at least. A bit of a bonus of this build is potentially getting a drone, getting a queen, you know, picking up a couple of units here and there. That should not occur, but, you know, it's possible that Replicants can still make that magic happen. Meanwhile, it is indeed not 2-Rax Reaper, 3-Rax Reaper. 3rd Rax is on the way for Replicant. So Replicant, he is doubling down. He is going to be committing to additional Reapers. Now, this means that delaying the 3rd is not good enough, because you can do that with 2 Raxes. With 3 Raxes, you need more. You need to do a little bit more here. You need to be able to contest and to force out more and more Lings, to deny drones, kill a queen here or there. Like, a little bit more value needs to be gained from the side of Replicant, as the first Reaper is moving out. First Reaper does push. Last Wayne setting up his 3rd hatchery. He's pushing forward. Up. Reaper does threaten to dive. More queens on the way. So far, good control here by Wayne. He does pull away his weakened Lings. Hasn't lost a single Ling yet. Oh my god. Very impressive. Does save his lings. The queen has arrived. Third base is on the way, and it's going to be on Replicant to force a cancel on that third. As Wayne, he actually did not scout. Oh, he did not scout the natural. So bold move here by Wayne. Typically, the first Overlord goes and checks the natural base for something like this. So Wayne, he did have incomplete information. This is more of a surprise to Wayne instead. And more Reapers are amassing. Wayne is being forced off of creep. And we'll see if Replicant can punish. Oh, going for the queens. Does dive on the queens, and the first queen is going to go down. One queen for one Reaper. I'd say still a better trade for Replicant. He's hoping for more. Oh, good. Nice control. Does pull away the weakened Reaper. Massing up more. Behind this, natural base is on the way for Replicant. Likewise, so is the eBay for a +1. And he's still massing up more Reapers. Gets the tumor. Does get a creep tumor. From there, backs up. Does retreat. Wayne flooding across the map. Hoping to try to catch these Reapers. And can he shut them down? I'm not so sure. The Reapers, they can slip away. One Reaper goes down. So just two so far. One earlier and one just now. So this is a better trade for Replicant. Wayne being a little bit wasteful. He just did not have a high enough link count to really contest against those Reapers. And behind this, Replicant is working on the next step. What do we have? Stim. Stim is on the way into Combat Shield, into +1, into Mass Marine, into a Bio Push. This is going to hit like a truck. This is going to hit quite hard. And how is Wayne going to respond to this? With Banelings or with Roaches? We'll see if he does embrace Ling Bane or Ling Roach. The Lever Chamber on the way for upgrades. Reaper still being active. Share my again. Of course. We had a 2-hour break in between casts. I took that moment. I was able to get some food. I had a banana. I was able to eat a banana. And get some water. Take a bit of a break. And we're back at it, Pappy. We're back. Let's go. I did just boil some water, so I might, if there is a break, I would love to go and make some coffee. But, that is a big if. Big if. As Replicant is going to be moving out towards the right-hand side, pushing through the center. Stim is about to finish up, just in time for this. The Reapers are here to support. I mean, KDA charges can do very well against Ling Bane. Can do well. Now Replicant playing with fire, clearing up a lot of creep. And here comes the dive! When he comes in with this run, he locks down the army. Once again, cutting off the Marines. And once again, it's going to be a one-way trip. It's going to be a one-way trip here. The Bio Army is completely cut off from the reinforcements. Overlord goes down. Good position here behind the mineral line. Lings are being careful, but now they commit. Now they dive in and they clean up every single Marine, every single Reaper. Aye. And this should not have happened. A Replicant should not have pushed in as far as he did. Poking was fine to clear up some creep, but to commit before the Medivacs arrived. Oof. That was a big loss for the Terran. It's a big loss. He's not done yet. Moving out with his double jump, of course. Behind this fourth hatchery on the way. Oh! Force to cancel. That was force to cancel. Diving into the main. Sorry, into the natural. Ling Bane is ready. Flare is done, but no bailing speed yet. Just Ling Bane. I do think this is a bit of an oversight here from Wayne. There we go. Bailing speed is now starting. He had the money for it. Does not begin. This has been an intense game here. And behind this, are we expanding? We are. Okay, third CC is on the way for Replicants. Is looking to expand, is not going for an all-in, but is still quite committed. I mean, especially after losing all those Marines earlier. Very committed play from Replicants. So it does move out. Oh! Full medivac falls. Nice pickup. Thankfully, not the medivac with the tanks, but a medivac nonetheless. Marines do fall. Replica pushing in. And he is going for the hatchery. Up! He's going to get it. Not enough transfuse. Hatchery goes down. Nice pick off here from the Terran. Wayne building up. Threatening a counterattack. Oh my, that's a big counterattack. he just attacks. Sends everything across the map. And he's going for the natural tank star siege. That is 2 tanks in position. And Wayne, he cannot break the natural, but he can break the third. Gets 7 SCVs. Likewise, Replicant being active. He wants to deny the expansion once again. Wayne out of position is racing by curve. There's a cancel. There's a cancel on the 4th. At this point, Wayne, it might just be worth double expanding to get some kind of economy. And Wayne is having a bit of a hard time keeping up with these drops. Link Bane out of position, going for the mineral line. Hive is on the way. Yo, we saw Eva rushing into Ultras previously in STC. Do we rush into Ultras again? I mean, Ling Bane Viper would be fine as well. As a high energy Queen falls. 1, oh, almost gets 2. Flash transfuse. Wayne, he shuts down the drops. Hive is almost done. Finally, these tanks can be cleaned up. It's going to be an inefficient trade, but... oh, good. A couple of Banelings go down. Wayne, he does hold. Cleans up the drops. Replicant likewise still being active. Has established himself here on these 3 bases. Despite the rough start of Replicant, I mean, he's still in this. Very much so. He's got 70 SCVs. He's secure on 3 bases. We have Liberation. We have tanks. We have freedom. Replicant not looking too bad. Is that banana ramen? You're an animal, Einstein. You're an animal. Just banana. Banana. Ay. Chat, are you going to be streaming Home Story Cup? We were the B stream of Home Story Cup last HSC. We were the B stream. But we haven't been contacted. So I don't even know if they're going to have a B stream. So as far as we know, we won't be a part of this Home Story Cup, but I'll most likely reach out soon and be like, yo, do you guys need a caster? And then we'll see what they say. They might say yes, they might already have another B stream in mind, they might not need a B stream, we'll see. See what happens. As the Hive is done, Vipers have arrived. And Wayne, he does dive in. Blinding Cloud here on the tanks. There's still 1 tank behind this. Bailey's crashing into not too many Marines here, but regardless, Wayne, he does break through. He does take down most of the tanks. Doesn't quite get into the mineral line, and Replicant does hold. Replicant, he does hold. Did lose a big portion of his army, but he maintains his economy. Most of the SCVs survived. He's muling quite freely. He's still securing this position. The downside, though, Wayne, he's remaxed. He can do it again. Wayne, he can do it again and again. His goal here is to knock down the 4th. Vipers, they're back. They're still gathering energy, I should say. They're on it. Once they do, they're going to be coming back in. Ultras have arrived. Spire behind this for Corruptors, for eventually Broodlords. Wayne is taking up. As Wayne, he is going to be committing. He does dive in. The Ultra's lacking some of the upgrades, but regardless, he's going to be chasing back the Bio. Bathers are rolling in. Oh, massive connections. Does connect with the Marines, but he will not actually get too many SCVs. Once again, only 6 SCV kills. Wayne, he plummets in his own supply, trying to crash into this defensive setup. Ultra goes down. And Replicant holds. Replicant, he does hold on. And I feel like we're going to see that a couple more times. As in Wayne trying to break either this 4th base or up here on the high ground, and Replicant weathering that storm. Surviving these pushes, slowly building up his lib count, his tank count, his ghost count as well. As ghosts have hit the field. And again, it's not too easy to break this. Vipers do help, Ultras can be good, but we'll see. Oh, Wayne, he finds a tank. He finds 2. 2 tanks go down. Not bad. Meanwhile, Wayne taking more bases, taking more expansions, engulfing the entire map. And because Wayne has such an economic lead and such an economic advantage, it's going to be one of those kind of game states where even if Wayne fights inefficiently, even if he's trading worse, pushing into these positions, as long as he's trading, it's still better, right? It's still better. Wayne has an economy, he has a bank, he can afford some worse fights. Oh. It's going to be about Replicant surviving that. As 3-3 is on the way for the Terran. Visceral Ghosts. Doom drop on the right hand side. Does find a fresh mining base, will deny it. Likewise here on the left. This time Wayne is ready for it. For the most part. Here teams with Marines. Oh! It's medevac. Let's get the medevac. Replic ants have a lot of catching up. What is happening? Oh no. Of course they need a cast. I mean, we'll see. Like, sometimes I don't have a B stream, so we'll see. That's literally what we did last time, and they were like, you know what we do? Yeah, we asked them like a couple of days before Home Story Cup. We're like, yo, you guys doing a B stream? And they're like, oh yeah, it would be nice if we had one. Literally what happened last time. But here we go, Wayne does collapse on the would-be 5th base. This time the setup was not ready. But the Ghosts, they hold their own. They shut down the Ultras. Snipes on the Corruptors. Replicant holds. But did lose his Liberators and his tanks in the process. And again, unlike this position with the choke point, with the Sim City, with the Liberators, with the wall, our location here at the 5th is wide open. It is currently wide open and we need to set up. Replicant needs time. He's trying to, but Wayne, he's already here. Dives on the army, Bailey's rolling in as well, going for the SCVs. Oh my god! He's connect. The Ghosts do get behind the mineral line, but regardless, 5 workers and even more going down here. Getting up to 8 SCV kills. Sorry, 13. The Liberators get picked up. And then, what do? We do it again. We keep going, Pappy. Keep going. Now, what Replicant is hoping for is for Wayne to take not just a bad fight, but a fight that's bad enough to allow Replicant to actually take a lead and to counterattack. That is yet to occur, though. Unfortunately, Replicant, when it comes to these fights, he has been losing a little bit too much. He needs them to be more efficient. He needs to survive with a little bit more left over to build up and to eventually threaten that remax or threaten that counterattack. Hasn't happened yet. Ducklings coming in. I do appreciate the Wayne goes for a big counterattack here. Hits the left-hand side instead. Bailey's connect. They shut down the planetary and the orbital as well. Replicant was completely out of position. His attention was focused on the fresh mining base, not on the left-hand side. Replicant is still just trying to hold on. Hoping to. Wayne, he rotates. Rotates to the right. There are some tanks in position, but not much more than that. Sensor tower does see the rotation. Replicant is aware. This time he does keep up. Zoning U gets thrown down. Investor's now on the way. So where's that popping on? It'll be an innovative dish. Oh no. I mean, look, mango curry is a thing, right? Which is pretty good. I'm sure banana curry, is that a thing? I'm sure it is. That's close enough. Oh my god, this time there was no splits. The Baileys, they connect. They crash into the bio, they crash into the ghost. Jesus, how many ghosts just went down? I want to say around 5 to 6 ghosts. Yeah, late reaction from Replicants. Meanwhile, Lings hit the left-hand side. They go for the middle line, they go for the third. And Wayne is just pulling Replicant apart. Initially, Replicant, he was doing decently well, actually defending and keeping up with the army, but alas, no longer. Reinforcements getting caught. He will force back the army. He will save the CC. But here comes another counterattack. They just keep going. The tanks are exposed. The tanks, they're on their own. The Panzer down. That's going to be, what, 4 tank kills. The planetary as well. Replicant just cannot keep up. No, there's no such a small army, I should say. Just doesn't have the supply. As Wayne backs up, and this is it. This is the counterattack that we've been waiting for. Replicant, I mean, it's not really the one he wanted, I should say, as ideally he counterattacks after winning a fight. So instead, this is a more of a desperation move here for the Terran. As he moves out, Ultra has arrived. Looking away at the SCVs. Replicant, he's turning back around, he's racing back home. Wayne is already remaxed. This time with Ultra. Replicant, he does keep moving out. Oh, the Fungals! Fungals do connect. Ultras, they collapse in. And Ultra gets sniped. Oh, the changeling wall! That was so fast as well. Wayne trying to look down the army so there's no escape. GG gets called as it does become a little bit too much to handle, and Wayne will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round, the semifinals. GG. GG, well played. Again, once Wayne got map control, once he gained momentum in the series, in this game specifically, he never let it go, and alas, well, we saw that Replicant, he was not able to recover, he was not able to really fight back, he was just stuck defending almost the entirety of that game. But a lot of it did come down to the failed push. A lot of it did come down to the early Reaper Marine move out. If you remember with Stim, we saw that once that army was cleaned up, once it was dealt with, then alas, Wayne, he was feeling quite comfortable. Everything was coming up Wayne after that defense. And again, I do feel like Replicant did overextend. I do think that it was a bit of a mistake for him to dive as far as he did off or into creep, and yeah, did lose a lot of momentum early on because of that. But with that, that does wrap up our first series, our first quarterfinals. Now we're jumping into our second quarterfinals instead. Oh boy, here we go. We're jumping into a TVP between Nickracked and Strange. And game 1 is on Oceanborn. Oh boy, as a reminder, after this series, after these quarterfinal matches, we're going to be jumping into the semis. I believe the players are already conducting their vetoes and getting ready for that. But here we go. We're jumping in and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn. We have the red Terran player, the Platinum Heroes Terran. It is Nicorette. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing himself, currently teamless, but still a terrifying Protoss in this region. It is Strange. The TVP is upon us, and this one I do believe is going to be more competitive between these two players, Nicorette and Strange. Typically in TVPs, Nicorette is a very aggressive player, very much so in his face. Not as aggressive as Honmono. Honmono is an animal, and Honmono is just all-ins. But I would say that Nicorette, he doesn't just all-in every time against a Protoss, but he is aggressive nonetheless. He's always in their face, always looking to try to get an economic lead in some way, shape, or form. And to kick things off, Proxy Rax is going to be the Proxy Max. Remember, if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets while you can, as predictions are about to close. So best of luck with your gamba, with your predictions. Best of luck. But now, Rax is about to finish, getting into initially, I would imagine, Reaper. I would imagine the other option would be to go for the Tech Lab into Proxy Marauder. Is just the one Rax there. So I'm picturing Reaper with a bunker on the low ground. So yep, there we go. Reaper's on the way. SV is moving out, ideally to get into the mineral line as well. As the SCV is hidden here from the probe, is revealed. SCV is revealed. Bunker's on the way. And it's going to be on Strange to try to deny this. Another boy being pulled. Probe trying to keep up. Second worker has arrived. Good RNG here is tucked away in the corner. Is untouchable by those probes. Oh! Yeah, it is going to be untouchable. Reaper has arrived as well. The bunker will finish. Bunker will complete. And how many probes will this Reaper get? Regardless, with the completion of the bunker, that means that there is no mining. No saturation at the natural. He does get a second probe. 2 probes go down. Jumps into the bunker, denies any kind of mining, and does force Strange back. Does keep him at bay. Shield battery is done, and eventually, with the help of the shield battery, Strange should be able to deal with this bunker. Until then, though, Nicorette, he is going to be able to maintain control of the natural. Behind this, we have our take of choice, going to be a robo opener by Strange. Interesting. Very safe tech choice here by the Protoss. Good juggling so far. SCV has survived, still getting the repairs of. Oh my god. The juggling. Oh no. He's avoiding the shots. Is avoiding those shots. Is able to repair. Oh my god. Finally, that SCV does fall. There goes the salvage. And Nicorette gets the hell out of there. Does fall back. And overcharge was forced here at the natural. And Nicorette can calm things down. Back at home, what do we have to work with? We have a 1-1-1 setup. Sorry, soon to be a 2-1-1. Oh, no, just 1-1. Factory and starport. Rax is floating back home. Getting to initially Hellion production. Okay, no widow mines. Not going to be a mine drop. Hellions, they meet up with the Reapers, and this is an army that can wreak havoc and try to threaten the mineral line as well. Takes 3 Hellions to one-shot a probe. And we're going to have much more than 3 Hellions. There's that second Rax on the way, so it's going to be initially a 2-1-1 setup, soon to be a 3-1-1. Liberator follow-up as well by Nicorette, so hyper-aggression. He's going to be able to threaten one base with Reaper Hellion and the other with the Liberator. It's all about that harass. Meanwhile, Strange, because if you remember, there was a robo opener, it leads into a fast bay. Fast Robotics Bay into fast Colossus production, into Immortals as well. Just a very safe way for Strange to approach this. For the Hellions, they just avoid the wall. They avoid the natural, they head into the mineral line. Probes are going down. It's going to be 6 probe kills already. But with this defensive warp in, I mean, the Hellions, they do not get further in. Oh, this could have been so much worse. Oh my god, the cleanup. 7 probe kills for 4 Hellions. I would still say a better trade for Nicorette, but that could have been, again, could have been worse. Strange holds. Strange does hold. Nicorette back at home, getting into his medevac production. Stim is on the way. Again, he's working towards that 2-base push. This could even be the beginning of a 2-base all-in. Could be. See if he does embrace it. Nice target firing there by Strange. He does get 3 SCVs at the same time. Ooh, the Liberator has arrived, getting likewise 4 probes across the map. Very nicely done. 4 probes go down. Nickrak pulls back. Nickrak, he is gearing up towards that next step. Towards that stim. There's one eBay on the way. Now, if this wasn't all in, I feel like this eBay would have been sooner. Would have been a much sooner engineering bay here for Nickrak. As if he wants to wait for +1, it is a ways off. It's going to be a ways up. He's still waiting for those upgrades, of course. Extra gas is on the way. Show us that +1 attack. Now, as Nickrak is gearing up, back at home, what does Strange have here? He has his first Colossus. Okay, the first Colossus has arrived. Because of this, if this was like a 3-act, for example, Strange will be fine. Strange would shut down any heavy Marine army with 1 Colossus. That's all he needs. Second Colossus on the way, extend the Lance. Now he's taking into +1, and I would imagine Charge or Blink Stalkers. Regardless, the Gateway army is going to be a little bit weaker until this kicks in. That is the downside of Strange. I mentioned before that this is more of a defensive build. That's why Strange has no map control. That's why Strange cannot really threaten the bases of Nickrak. Strange is stuck at home. Stuck at home, being the defender. Nickrak moves out. He's not going for the all-in. He's expanding behind this. 3rd TC is on the way. But still a hefty bio army. Let's move out. Tries to avoid those Colossus shots. Stims in. Colossus kiting well. But the tank has arrived, and Nickrak, he's within range of the 3rd, and he does force a cancel. Very nicely done. That was his goal. Just cancel the 3rd, and that's it. Getting a couple of probes. Playing with fire. 3rd CC is halfway done for Nickrak on location. And again, Nickrak, he doesn't have to stick around. Scans ahead of time, sees the army. I believe he saw the transferring workers. 3rd base being rebuilt. Strange has a 2nd Colossus on the way, and I feel like once that kicks in, once Charge kicks in, I don't know if Nickrak can really stick around. Ooh, has Strange, he gets 2 Marauders and a medevac, and he wants the tank! No! Oh my god, he wants it, he doesn't quite get it. Okay, he gets away. Does pull away in time. Still did delay that 3rd base. I'm sure he's content.
Ready for dust up.
Did scout, did confirm. Now pulling back, working on the next step. 3rd base getting saturated. Viking production has begun. The upgrades are still a little bit lacking here, waiting for that 2nd eBay. Until then, just going to be focusing on that bio army with Viking support. Is building up. Strange likewise moving out. Pushing right through the center. Scan reveals, oh my god, the massive amount of gateways. The potential reinforcements. It's going to be an 8-gate setup. And with all these charges, Strange, he can try to break this. Tank volley's going up. 3 tanks behind this. Boys are being pulled. And Strange, he takes down one of those first tanks, but the other 2, they're still wreaking havoc. Oh, bit of friendly fire. 11 SCVs go down. I'll be honest, I think that was from friendly fire. Oh, no. I wish we had the battle. Oh, we do. Okay. One SCV died from friendly fire. But there's some brutal tank shots going off on the Zealots. And SCVs as well. Strange back at home, he is getting his 3rd saturated. I don't think he should try to commit here. He does have another wave of Zealots. More Zealots have arrived, but Strange, he thinks better of it. Yeah, he backs up. Does back up. Does retreat. Next patch needs to nerf Terran Blink. Oh, it did, unironically. Did nerf it. For those who do not know, the change in the new patch is that Terran players, when the bunker is being salvaged, it can no longer be salvaged, I should say, if it gets attacked. If a bunker is being salvaged and if it gets attacked, the salvage is interrupted. So that will punish things like bunkers in the mineral lines. So those sorts of things are going to be a little bit more costly than they otherwise would be. SVs can still dive in though, true. Just a little bit of a different dynamic. Meanwhile, we do see Nickrat getting his 4th CC. He's on the way. Building up a greater army. Likewise, so is Strange. Both armies are quite comparable. They might pass by each other. As the army is spotted by the observer. Okay, yeah. Strange, he knows, he's aware. He's keeping up. Shows the EMPs. EMPs do connect with the Colossus. Bio army does stim back. 1 Colossus does fall, but there's still 2 more left behind this. And it looks like a Strange has enough to force back Nickrat. They'll swing what they can. Colossus swipes are brutal. And Nickrat has to back off. Does have to retreat. Getting caught out by reinforcements. Uh-oh. He's also trading well, and Strange, he could just go for the kill. He's waiting for his Colossus, though. He's waiting. The Vikings are very battered and bruised. They're deep in the red. One Archon volley would be enough. That's Strange. He's snowballing out of control. He breaks through the ground army. GG gets called, and Strange takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Strange, it does take the first game, and that was a very intense game 1. Nickrat, he was just fully in his face, barely giving me any room to breathe, but alas, Strange was able to get out of control there. Remember, it was a robot opener into a bay, into fast Colossus. He was able to hit critical mass, 3 Colossus, alongside the ground army with Archons and Chargelots. He did overwhelm Nickrat there, and GG. GG, well played. Just initially really safe play by Strange before eventually being active and being aggressive. And now we're getting ready for game number 2. Alright, getting ready. And we have our map of choice. It is going to be Ghost River. Okay. Ghost River is coming up next. Catching up. There might be a really valid reason why that doesn't exist yet. Oh no. Hopefully banana ramen is safer than lawn darts. Hold up. Is banana curry, that could be a thing, right? Loading in. No, yeah, it is, yeah. Do I want to, okay, if that's a thing. Hold on. Banana ramen. Yo, what's going on? Oh no. I've seen... I need to close this tab. Oh no. Let's get out of here. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ghost River, we have the Red Terran player. The Red Terran representing the Platinum Heroes. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is Nickrat. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Blue Protoss player. Leading the series 1-0. Uno mas. One more game is all he needs to make it to the semifinals. It is Strange. We go. And hello, SCV. Now, earlier in the last game, we did have a proxy Rax, proxy Reaper into a bunker in the mineral line. Quite an aggressive and assertive start from Nickrat. We'll see if he does something similar as the SCV once again moves out. But this might just be for an eBay block. Might just be to try to delay the economy of Strange more so than anything else. Yeah, as he is making his way towards the natural. So it looks like, yep, just going to be the eBay block, just designed to try and disrupt the build of Strange. Now, depending on when this gets scouted, Strange may be forced to expand at the unnatural location. That'll be here at the triangular third. I mean, there's only one third base option here on Ghost River, and the probe is not moving down to low ground, which means this eBay, it's going to get a lot of progression. It looks like Strange, he will have to expand elsewhere, as the eBay is almost done. it's almost done at this point. Thank God, doesn't let it finish, pulls away. And Strange, he refuses. Okay, Strange, he does have the Zealot already in production. Pylon as well, and Strange, he will attempt to knock down this eBay. Now, it's going to take quite some time because of how much HP it does have, but at least Strange won't be forced to expand elsewhere. Let's go. Zealot is swiping away at the eBay. Nickrat, of course, he has to keep an eye on it to make sure it does not actually die, to make sure it gets cancelled instead. Oh, it does cancel just in time. Phew. Does get the refund. From here, we can settle in. Now, Strange can finally expand. He did go for his tech first. It's going to be a Twilight Council with the Blink. Reaper Scout is denied. Ooh, is denied by the Adept. Nicely done. Bring his force back. Ooh, and as we do see Nickrat in his aggression here and trying to disrupt the build, we see a third CC before Factory. Now, if you remember, this is a build that Replicant went up, that Replicant did against Wayne in Game 1 on Alcyone, if you recall. And at the time, I was saying how, ooh, this is more of a TVP build. And here it is, in a TVP. Fast 3CC. 3CC, 3 racks out of Nickrat. Very greedy, very economic. This does work towards a stim timing, but we're cutting a lot of corners to make this happen. And we'll see if Strange can punish this. Oh boy, as Strange, I assumed he was going for a Blink-based opener, but it is not. It's a Blink follow-up because the opener is actually a Dark Shrine. DTs. Now, on the one hand, because it's triple CC, I mean, there should be eventually more scans available and more SCVs available as well. So, this needs to do more than just some economic damage. This has to do some critical damage. We'll see if it can. See if it can, as the Dark Shrine is halfway done. Scan into the main reveals nothing, reveals gateways, reveals a Blink. But alas, Nickrat still does not fully know. Is not fully aware. Reaper to begin. Gets eyes on the third, or at least tries to delay. And here they come, the Invisible Man. Oh boy. Now, I was gonna say, we have to make... If Nickrat has a couple of scans, he's gonna be okay. He just muled. He just muled at the natural. The main base has 40 energy. DTs are on the way. I do still have the main base selected, getting up to 45. It's 47. Oh, does he notice? Oh, I don't think he did. Don't mule, don't mule, don't mule. Oh, okay, scans are natural. DTs, they do hit the main, and SCVs are going down, and there's not another scan. Not yet. 44 energy here at the third CC. Thankfully, again, 3 orbitals. 3 orbitals already. Can he deny stim? He shouldn't be able to. Scan is available. Does scan, saves stim, gets 1 Dark Templar, but another does barely escape. That is 10 SCV kills. Whew, but Nickrat, he's okay. He is okay. He should have another scan soon, or he's going to finish up the turret anyway. Turret does complete. And the GT slips away. There's another scan. Another DT, but again, there's now a turret in each mineral line, and Nickrat holds. Nickrat does manage to hold here. Yeah, that could have been disastrous, but thankfully Nickrat, he had a third orbital, so he had plenty of scans available. And he holds. Back at home, Strange taking up into charge. And he already has Blink. Into charge into a gateway explosion. Archon's on the way. Soon to be a third as well. Another scan. Oh, DT gets away. Barely slips away. 4 HP. Nickrat moves out across the map. Runs into the army. Stims only half his eye. Never mind. Stims everything. Running into the Archon. Charge does do a great job of just tanking shots at just swiping away at the bio. Strange is holding. The army's going to be cleaned up. He wants the Archon. He gets it. Archon goes out at the cost of everything, though. Brings down the Marauders. It was a costly trade. It was a very costly trade here. Strange moving out. He's going to be deflected. Oh. Poking in. Nickrat, meanwhile, looking to take his third. Finally breaks out. Oh, nice clean up here. He gets 4 Stalkers. Oh my god. 4 Stalkers go down. Crazy. Yeah, so Nickrat, he is establishing his third. Likewise, so is Strange. Strange, he does threaten a dive. Gets the bunker. Isn't getting much else. Yeah, boys are being pulled. Strange, he dives on the army. These cells, they trade well here against the bio. Especially when there's no Widow Mines, there's no tanks either. There's no EMP, no Ghost. Cells, they do fall back. But in the midst of all this, SCVs have been falling. Forcing a delay here on the third. Oh, the force fields are... Oh my god, they lock down the army. 70 SCVs going to be falling. There's no way out for them. Jesus, 18 SCV kills. Oh my god. Far too many losses, and we're rallying in. 20 SCVs. 20 SCVs. The Widowmine as well. Nickrat going for a desperation drop across the map, trying to force a recall. Hoping to, and there it is. Does recall back home. Cleans up the drop. Managed getting a Stalker. From here, the game will continue. Strange does have a hefty economic advantage. He's up to 60 workers. Nickrat down at 50. Losing 2 more CVs. Army's building up. What I will say, though, the big advantage for Nickrat as he's getting into Ghost production is the fact that Strange has been very gateway heavy. There's still no splash damage. Whether it's Storm, Colossus, or Disruptor, there's nothing here. We have confirmation, of course, that it is going to be the Bane, the second rover into Colossus production, but that is a ways off, which means that Nickrat has time to breathe. He can breathe, he can establish a 4th base. We can still enter a bit of a later game state, as the game will calm down. We're calming down, Papi. We're calming down. Just trying to secure a 4th. Likewise, Strange taking his own 4th. He's taking it. Scan reveals the army. Also, after this series, I'm 100% gonna get some coffee. Like, I didn't realize how fatigued I was after the tuna cup, but I am fatigued for sure. I'll get there. Nickrat pushing forward, goes to the side. And we'll get on top of the Nexus. Nexus under fire, overcharges denied as well. Nice EMP on the cells. Oh my god, Nickrat is popping off. A bit of friendly fire with those mine shots, but regardless, Nickrat he does get into the middle line. Colossus has arrived. Marauders, they do threaten it. They do force it back. Despite the initial success here, it looks like Nickrat is going to have to back off. He wants a Colossus though, and he gets it. Massive pickup. Colossus goes down. Strange unable to punish. The Medivacs do get out of there, and Nickrat takes the supply lead. Massive win for Nickrat. Takes down all the Zealots, takes down the Colossus. 13 probes. Will even escape with most of this army. It's going to bleed out a couple of Medivacs in the retreat, but the damage has been done. Nickrat, he's in this. He is in this game. Likewise, reinforcements, they run into the Stalkers. There's one Colossus, but it's so exposed. He wants it. He wants it, Papi. He stims in. Gets immortal, picks up the gateway units. There's one Colossus left, and there's nothing else here with it. The pants are down, Papi. All the way. Strange gets caught out. At the same time, Zelarumbai will get some SCV kills. True. Will delay some reinforcements. But for the most part, Nickrat, he has it up. Takes down the final Colossus. EMPs are coming in. Scan available. EMPs as well. And Nickrat, he's just pulling Strange apart. Going for the final Colossus. And he gets it as well. Just 2 Medivacs in a dream. Let's go. 2 Medivacs and a handful of bio units. Very successful. And yeah, it looks like we didn't even get the final fight. I mean, the writing was on the wall. There was just nothing left for Strange and Nickrat. He will tie the series 1-1. GG. Series is tied up when we are going to the ace match. Going to game 3. And we'll see how this story ends. I mean, again, Strange, he was looking quite successful early on. He was able to get quite a lot done. But alas, when it came to the eventual counterattack, the breakout from Nickrat did snowball out of control with that. Gained a lot of momentum. Never really let it go. Oh, and one moment. Un momento, papi. Un momento. As we are jumping into the ace match. It's going to be on Crimson Court. Okay. We're jumping into Crimson. And, I mean, this can still go either way, to be honest. It can still go either way. We have seen some more aggressive openers here. Nickrat game 1 was Proxy. Game 2 was a eBay block. Game 3, what's it going to be? What is it going to be? As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Crimson Court, we have the red Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes, tying up the series 1-1, forcing that ace match. It is Nickrat. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing himself, currently teamless, being forced into Game 3. We'll see if we can bring him back. It is Strange. He's a little strange. He's no. We go. As once again, we have an SCV being sent out across the map. We'll see if this is for a proxy Rax or for another eBay block. It is rallied towards the third base location, so I'm feeling proxy Rax. And this time we have 1 Rax back at home and 1 across the map instead. Assuming that... No, never mind. Okay, so it's going to be 1 Rax back at home and the eBay. eBay is on the way, but the probe is here. Ooh, the eBay is denied. Nicely done by Strange. Does keep up. It does zone away. And from here, Strange should have a much cleaner start, assuming he expands. Meanwhile, a shout out to Beowulf, Papi God. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a good time. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a good cast, as I believe Beowulf was covering StarCraft Evolution, the full championship, Group C, if I'm not mistaken. I believe Group C or Group D. Regardless, hope you had a great time. Hope you enjoyed yourselves. Hope you were able to embrace the StarCraft Brood War. And welcome one and all to the Fire Grow Cup number 4. Welcome to the playoffs. Again, we've been going over the group stage of the Fire Grow Cup over the past couple of days. Group A and Group B, and now we are here with the playoffs. We're here in the quarterfinals to find out who makes it to the semis. As the eBay is under fire. Strange will force that cancel. Strange will, there we go. Oh my god, cutting it close. Gonna get very close there, as he will now be able to expand. Meanwhile, back at home, it was a Rax into Factory, a delayed CC because of the eBay block, of course. The resources spent there meant that there was not enough for a command center. And Nigrak follows this up with Reaper Hellion. Oh boy. Now, we saw in the last game that the Reaper Hellion was able to wreak havoc at the natural and get quite a number of SCV kills. Quite a number of SCVs did go, sorry, quite a number of probe kills, meant to say. A lot of workers did go down. We'll see if we can replicate that success. Meanwhile, once again, similar to game 1, Strange opens up Robo. It is going to be a Robo opener. As I mentioned before, this is a very safe way to play. It does grant access to early Immortal production, early Robotics Bay, and early Colossus as well. So a much safer start here from Strange. Meanwhile, Hallucination Scout will get eyes on the natural-based timing. The natural is halfway done. And he is getting into his 3-1-1 setup. Oh my god, there is no starport here. Okay, you have my attention. I mean, initially we do have the 4 Hellions. They can one-shot probes. They threaten the natural, but there's no saturation. The natural is empty. Intentionally so. You can see Strange here with 25 probes in the main. Oh, and Nigrak, he wants to bust in there, but Lasso, nice force fields. Strange is holding on. He shuts down the Hellions. Nice body blocking as well. Oh my god. Very nicely done here by Strange. He shuts down the Hellions. One of them will escape, but he does at least protect and preserve his mineral line. Was forced to have some inefficient mining, but didn't lose a single worker. So very nice defense here by Strange. And Nigrak, he has to back up. Does have to retreat. Bay is on the way as well. That should be for Colossus. And on the flip side, Nigrak, he is getting into and embracing his own stim timing. Now, I mentioned before, I did bring up the potential all-in. The reason why I say this is because there is no starport. Strange, meanwhile, he wants a tank. Boys are being pulled to repair. And Nigrak, he does barely get it. Tank goes down. That will delay, that will deter the all-in. But again, the reason why I say is because there is no starport. We did prioritize additional marine and upgrades, of course, in favor of Medivacs and drop play. That usually is for something more committed. You know, I believe that was scattered. Strange, he did see at least a second Rax. So we get a bit of a trade. Strange pulling back. Colossus is on the way. Does pull back. Securing is natural. Colossus is building up. Center plant's on the way as well. We are getting there. Nice catch by Nigrak. Takes down the Observer. Observer goes down, and yep, it's 2 base all in. The boys are being pulled. There wasn't a starport, and there never will be a starport. Just purely Marine, Marauder, Tank, and the boys. It's going to be on Strange to figure out what's going on. He does scout with a probe. He does get eyes on the army. He should be somewhat aware. There's a pylon as well, just to confirm. And Strange getting in position. Has a Colossus. He has some force fields. He has to make them count. Pylon goes down. Oh. Swipes away at the SCVs, but the Marines, there's just too many of them. The Colossus is exposed, and the Strange has been a little bit too greedy. He does have a third base, but it's not going to come into play. There's the overcharge. The overcharge means nothing. One Colossus, two Colossus go down, and what is there left? Two Stalkers. The boys are being pulled. Nickrat, he has done it, though. I say that. Reinforcements are trickling in. Probes are falling. Actually, Strange, he's holding on. He's barely holding. It cost him everything. Cost him his entire army. The Strange is surviving. Island goes down. Depowers the shield battery. Herbs, they can actually trade okay here. I say that. The kill count is getting higher. Oh no, it's becoming too much. 18 probe kills. I say 1821, but alas, Nickrat needs more. The reality is that Strange is still up in workers, and there we go. He pulls all the boys. Colossus has arrived as well. With the help of the Colossus, with the help of these probes, Strange is holding. He's holding on. Oh god. I mean, I say that these motors, they still trade very well. And as it all settles, Strange, he's down to 30 workers. Nickrat, he's on 38. He has mules, of course. Nickrat, he can't sustain himself that much better. That much more. Army dives in. Gets into the mineral line. At least tries to. Likewise, the Nickrat does hit the third. Shield battery. It does not break the base itself. And because the third base survives, I mean, that means Strange can recover. It's going to take a while, don't get me wrong. It takes a while to chrono out 3 probes at a time. Strange, he's on it. He's not out of this. Not yet. Meanwhile, Nickrat 30 CC's on the way, getting into double E-bays, double upgrades, tech, production, third base expansion, economy. Nickrat's just trying to recover here and stabilize. So is Strange. So after an intense defense, after an intense all-in, we can calm down. We can calm things down. We can take a breath. Whew. We'll be okay. Twilight Council's on the way. We're towards those gateway-based upgrades. Likewise, Nickrat's still building up. Now, he did all in earlier, but now that he's establishing a third base, I feel like that's not really the direction that we're headed in. We be macroing. Crazy. Forced into a macro game. Is going to be forced into macro instead. I mean, Nickrat is moving out with a double drop. And now we have seen many a TVP on Crimson Court be sucked into like a 30-minute game. That has happened before. It could happen again. The reason for this is because of how defendable these fringe bases are, whether it's the base on the left or the base on the right hand side or even the base in the center. The base in the center is maybe a little bit more exposed, but these fringe bases, it's just so difficult to really apply much pressure, just because to gain access to these areas of the map you have to commit. You have to knock down rocks, you have to rotate your army. It can be quite difficult to really engage. Likewise, choke points are in position as well, so we have seen a lot of late game on Crimson Court. Is that going to be the case here as well? Yet to be determined. Nickrat did double down. Now built up to 4 tanks. Likewise up against 3 Colossus. Well, this will come down to the tank positioning. They do move forward, now getting within range of the Nexus. Overcharge gets wasted, as is depowered. He plays it safe, pulls back, gets a kill on the third. Not bad at all. And Strange is not expanded, which is quite strange. I was expecting a 4th base. The tanks, they are getting within range. We do see the Protoss Army trying to engage here, pushing into 3 tanks. Nice target firing here to Nickrat. Gets 1 Colossus, gets 2. Now there's 1 left. And it goes down as well. GG gets caught. Nickrat, he barely breaks through again. The Protoss Army fighting into 3 tanks was brutal. And Nickrat, he will take the series at 2-1. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Nickrat, he will take it, will advance on into the semifinals, where he has his next opponent waiting for him. I believe it's going to be Nickrat versus Young Yakov in those semis. GG, well played. Whew, oh my god, again, a very intense back and forth, went all the way to the ace match, but alas, Nickrat was able to build up and get away with that 3rd CC. Meanwhile, we now are getting ready for our next series. We're wrapping up the quarterfinals, we're jumping into the semis. We are going to be going in a short break, though. I'm going to go quickly make some coffee and jump into the next series. See you soon. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semi-finals of Fire Cup number 4. We just wrapped up with Nickrat versus Strange. We just wrapped up with the final quarterfinals match, but now we are back with something greater, with a best of 5. Not a best of 3, best of 5 instead. Oh boy. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the red Zerga player representing himself, currently teamless, but he just took down his previous opponent, Replicant, in the quarterfinals. It is Wayne. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player. He actually had a crazy performance in the group stage. Representing the Platinum Heroes, it is Art.
Game paused.
Oh, well, hello. Looks like there might be a bit of an... Oh, never mind. Looks like there might be a bit of an issue here. Looks like we might be remaking the game, so hopefully everything is okay. Predictions will soon be open. Looks like we are going to be having a regame, and when we come back, we will have those predictions available to you. Don't you worry. We'll get there. We'll get there. Likewise, this also lets me get things ready for the other semis. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. We are jumping in. I'll be honest, I don't know what the issue was, but we'll be remaking. We might have like missed a caster or missed a player in the lobby, person in the lobby, but we'll be remaking, and we're jumping on in. It's time to restart. It's all good. We're jumping into game number 1 here and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn. We have the red Zerga player, representing himself, currently teamless, but is looking to make a deeper and deeper run. He just took down Replicant in the quarterfinals. It is Wayne. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Art. And again, welcome one and all to the semi-finals of the Fire Cup number 4 of the playoffs. And These are best of fives. We have entered the best of five portion of the playoff brackets. Again, both Wayne and Art, they popped off in the group stage, specifically Art. Art, he had an amazing performance in the group stage of Fire Cup, and we'll see if he can replicate that success. Fun fact, this is a rematch. Art actually defeated Wayne 2-0 in the group stage. It was crazy. I didn't even get to cast it. I didn't expect it. I was, looking at other matches, other series. I was like, oh yeah, Wayne, he's gonna be favored there. He'll be fine. Little did I know, little did anyone know that Art was gonna be the heavy hitter. That Art was gonna be the #1 player out of the group stage. It was crazy. It's insane. So I'm ready. I'm ready to be reintroduced here to Art to see how he did pull it off as Wayne opens up with a proxy hatch. If you're in the chat, predictions, I think they would have closed by now, but best of luck. Best of luck in the chat to get your gamba going, as predictions are now closing, so you can place your bets on who you think will make it through. Meanwhile, Zelda's going to be forced out, and Art will force a cancel on the hatchery. Let's go. Now, when it comes to this opener here from Wayne, it is just designed to do quite, as we're seeing, designed to delay the economy, delay the natural base, and disrupt the build of Art. It is not an all-in by any means. Wayne is just now getting into his gases, into his pool, into his own natural base. And Wayne should cancel. There we go. Does cancel in time. And Art should soon expand. Should soon be expanding here. So we are going to be settling in. We do have our take of choice. It is going to be a Stargate opener out of Art. Stargate, I imagine, into Oracle. Meanwhile, Wayne, oh my god, he's making links. He is making links. I mean, I'm sure he's getting ready here for the Zealot defense. True. Adept is moving out as well. So Wayne is just being as safe and secure as possible. Is now, now going back to joining. Now is going to be joining up. And settling in. Now, the other big downside here is that Wayne will have delayed link speed. And actually, he is skipping it. He has the money, he has minerals, he has gas, but no link speed in sight, which tells me that maybe Wayne, he's waiting for these queens, and he's going for a fast lair. Oh, no. Extra wave of queens on the way. No Roach Warren yet. There, okay. Looks like Wayne, he just did delay his link speed, but he's still in gas. Oh, never mind. Okay. So delayed link speed is a little bit later than we would have liked. Likewise, pulls out of gas, but he still has an excess amount of gas to work with. So a bit of a shaky execution here from Wayne, but regardless, he's settling into his 3-base setup. Meanwhile, 2 Adepts have arrived. 2 Adepts, they can one-shot drones that have to be taken seriously, and Wayne, he will chase them down. So far, he's keeping up. Is keeping up, and there it is. This is what I was waiting for. I was curious. There has to be a reason why there's so much gas, and I didn't want to believe that, of course, Wayne was messing up his opener. No, not at all. There it is. Lair. Lair is on the way. Second gas guys result. Now, this is a 3-minute 50 lair timing. This is very fast. For a lair to be this early on, it has to be for good reason. What is it going to be? The question becomes, I mean, this could be for a Link Queen Nidus all-in. It could be for Drop-A-Lords, for like a Link Queen Drop-A-Lord all-in. This could be for a 2-base Roach all-in. I mean, Roach Warren has been thrown down, so this tells us that this could be for Roach speed. Curious. We'll see how it all comes together. My eyes are on Wayne, as I imagine he does plan on being hyper-aggressive. Links, they check for a third. So far there is none, but Art will soon expand. First Oracle's out, second Oracle's on the way. Sorry, third Oracle's on the way. As Lings, they do delay the expansion, they get a kill on the Zealot. You know, the Oracles, they threaten to dive. Do hit the third. Roach Warren is done. Third gas on the way. There's that Roach speed. Again, just really fast Roach speed. Fourth gas as well. Wayne is building up. Oh my god, that I was not expecting. Wayne, he's rushing into... Okay. I have to say, he's rushing into Hydras. It's crazy. Not quite. He cancels the Hydrogen. Oracles, they hit the third base, but he's getting into a faster... Or getting to... There we go. Eva Chamber, then into Hydras. No, still fast Hydras. Okay. Let him cook, Pappy. Let him cook. So, very interesting build so far. Very interesting, very tech-heavy because of the lair, into Roach speed, into Hydras. It does mean that the ground army currently for Wayne is very small, and Art can abuse that. Again, there's just so much resources invested into tech, which means the adepts, they can pop off. They shade in between the bases. They pick off all the lings. More lings are popping out there, and it looks like Wayne should be able to defend, but that is going to be 8 drones going down. Oh my god! Oracles, they threaten the main. 9 drone kills. Almost 10. Very nice damage here by Art. He does cripple the economy. And Wayne has no counterattack potential. I mean, again, he's investing into all of this. Into +1 range, into Hydra range, Roach speed. Doesn't really have much of an army to work with. And Art, he is safe back at home. Yeah, Art is safe. Setting up his stasis traps. Likewise, Wayne taking extra gases. And we're just really in an awkward game state. I mean, Wayne, he is redroning and recovering, that is true, and he is getting into Hydras. I'm curious if he just plans on pushing with Roach Hydra, or if he plans on taking up even further. Has been quite tech heavy so far, but this might just be working towards, you know, just Hydra, just mass Hydra. Might be working towards that timing, that push with the Hydra upgrades. Meanwhile, Art's going for a second robo into a bay into what looks to be Colossus production. This is a little bit old school. Double robo, double Colossus production in ZVP was very trendy, you know, last year, the year before that, 2023, 2022. Nowadays, current meta, this is less of a thing. Meanwhile, Jesus, that's a lot of stasis traps. The field of stasis traps have been placed, and Wayne, I don't actually see many more workers here, by the way. Wayne, he has a 4th, but he is not droning. Wayne is cutting workers at 63. This looks like a 3-way all-in. This does feel like a 3-way all-in out of Wayne. He's mad. Oh no, never mind. He is teching. Gas into Infestation Bit, Lurker Den, and a wave of drones. He's not going for the all-in. He is droning. Art, he is set up here back at home, but he's set up for nothing as Wayne is teching up and embracing Lurker tech. Okay, again, it's been an interesting one. Part of me feels like maybe Wayne, he saw the defensive setup here. I mean, Jesus, that's 3 shield batteries, a cannon, stasis traps. I feel like Wayne, he saw this and he's like, nope. He's like, he had the option to commit, chose not to. Now he's taking up. Who else is getting up and running? As Art is rotating towards the left-hand side. Wayne building up more Roach Hydra. Hive is on the way. Lunkers are coming in. The Lunkers pack. And Wayne is soon going to be able to embrace Hive Tech Lurkers. He's almost there. As he's getting into Lurker Tech, Art, he's not quite ready for this. Colossus are good against Hydras, but not much else. Relational. From here, Wayne, I would hope that he gets it. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say, my apologies, Art should be getting into Immortal production to have a robust army to survive long enough to get into Skytos. But you can see here he's rushing into Skytos. That is a Stargate on the way, Fleet Beacon. We're gonna be here for a while. Art, he's getting ready for that 10% carrier production. But what I will say is that Wayne is gonna max out first. Wayne, he's gonna hit first. He's gonna strike first, which is why we need Immortals. Immortals are on the way, but we need so many of them. As Wayne is maxed, and he should be looking to trade. Things, they run into the stasis. Roaches, they head towards the natural. Immortal has arrived. So far, good defense. But remember, Wayne, he wants to get rid of these roaches. Like, they're dead supply to him. Doesn't want to just throw them away, but wants to trade. Refine his army. Change hat. Is this PTR? As Kuro is saying, this is not the PTR because we're playing on Oceanborn. Current patch. Current patch. We did cast a PTR event earlier, a couple of hours ago. But that is the sign, whether or not it's on the new map pool or not. You see Wayne coming in from the inside. Oh, massive stasis! Oh my god! Catches out the Hydras, catches out a Lurker. Wayne has to back up. Art getting in position, and so far Art, he is able to stabilize, despite the fact that Wayne has been maxed out for quite some time. Has been unable to really break his opponent, but now Art out of position. And Lurkers, they come in on the right-hand side. This base is completely exposed. The carrier has arrived, but there's only one. And the Nexus is under fire.
Game paused.
Nexus is under fire. Bit of a pause here. Hopefully everything's okay from the side of Art. Ooh, looks like there is a bit of a lag spike going on. When it comes to the fight towards the left-hand side, looks like Art did win this, but there are still Lurkers that are going to be threatening a dive to go into the natural. And likewise, again, he's out of position. The base is getting so low. Down to under half HP. So it's just really rough position here for Art. Now, what I will say is that even if he loses this base, Art, his army supply is actually comparable to that of Wayne. Like, he's slowly building up, you know, making 2 immortals at a time, making 2 carries at a time. Art isn't out of this yet, but hopefully his ping does clear up. Hopefully. As again, we are still in game 1 of this series, in game 1 of this best of 5. So again, hopefully that does clear up. And again, we're more than happy to wait. More than happy to wait and make sure that there's no latency issues that kind of negatively impact the game, especially any of these big fights as well. So thankfully, there's no major engagement happening yet. It's about to, though. The armies are about to clash. So just making sure that everything's as it should be. Wayne, I believe, has yet to really take into like Aspire or anything like that. He's still just hyperfixated on Hydra Lurker. No Vipers yet either. That, I'm sure, might change once the carriers reveal themselves. Should force a reaction. Till then, we're catching up. We are catching up. Oh boy. But again, it's been quite a long day of casting today. We're getting there. We're getting there. For those who don't know, we will be wrapping up Firegrow Cup tonight. We're going to be covering not just this series, not just the semifinals, but the lower semis and the grand finals thereafter. When it comes to the format of the tournament, the semis are best of 5s, and the grand finals is going to be a best of 7. Best of 7 grand finals. It's been a while since I've casted a best of 7. Not gonna lie, I think the last time was maybe, Jesus. I know. I mean, technically, quote unquote, best of 7 for WTL, I guess, for some of the team league matches. But 1v1, yeah, it's been a while. Been a couple of months at least. So I'm happy to embrace it once again. And we'll see who does make it through. For those that are curious, the last remaining players in this tournament, our top 4, I should emphasize, are Wayne and Art, who are currently, locked in battle. And we also have Nickrat versus Young Yakov in the lower portion of the bracket as well. So ZVP and ZVT. Ooh, as Art is lagging out. We might just go on a short break. Here because it might take a little bit longer for these issues to be resolved. So yeah, we're going to be going in a short break, and hopefully we can come back into this game. If Art does fully time out, then we might resume from replay instead. That is an option. Here. So we'll see you guys soon. See you guys at shortly. And we're back. We are back, thankfully. Not going for too much longer, but the base does go down. The fort does fall. Vipers are part of this army. They come in for the yoink. They get one, they get two Colossus. Oh my god, right into the lurkers. The Colossus, the Immortals get yoinked. Wayne does take the better fight. He backs up. At the same time, on the left-hand side, he is pushing forward, gaining ground towards that natural. Wayne, he remaxes with Mass Hydra. More Hydras on the way. Nidus Storm into the main. And Artie's just having a hard time keeping up. Again, he was out of position for one moment for the first big fight. And everything snowballs from there. Roach is a bust into the mineral line, heading towards the third. Lurkers who distract. Nidus Storm finishes. Oh, the Lunkers. The Lunkers a bust into the main. They're on the high ground. And they came to the production, more importantly. They're going for the Stargates. Stargates under fire. Hydra's pushing forward. GG gets called, and Wayne will take game number 1. GG. Wayne does take a lead in the series. It is unfortunate that, I mean, hopefully ping didn't really impact the outcome of that result either. Obviously, it was definitely affecting art, and hopefully it clears up over time. Hopefully, you know, just making sure that there's nothing downloading in the background, no Steam open, or any kind of like Windows update or anything like that. Hopefully everything is okay, and hopefully we can have smooth sailings from here on forward. Regardless, GG well played. Wayne, a really interesting build. If you recall, he did rush into Hydras early on. He went up to 3 bases, and then he saw the defensive setup at the third, and he chose not to go for any kind of committed all-in. He instead did tech up into Lurkers. We saw on the flip side, Art was playing very defensively. Very defensively. He wasn't really harassing too much. He was being active with Adepts, true. He was being active with Adepts. He killed workers with Adept harass, that is true. But outside of that, then he kind of played a more passive role where he was, you know, getting up to 3 base economy, up to a 4th base, double robo, Colossus production. He didn't really have much of a map presence, and he allowed Wayne to get away with droning and teching. Right, Wayne, he was able to rush into Hive tech, into Lurker tech, into Vipers, and we saw that he was able to snowball out of control. Unfortunately, we saw that Art was trying to tech up into Skytoss as well, but it did feel like he was rushing into it in a bit of a greedy fashion. It felt like he was like cutting some corners to try to get into that, and he was caught before he could really hit his final form. If Art was left alone, I do think he would have been able to pull it off, but again, that's only if he was left alone. And Wayne was in his face. GG. GG, well played. As game 1 in the books, Wayne does take a lead, and now we're getting into game number 2. It's going to be on site Delta. Here we go. Getting into our second game, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of site Delta, we have the the red Zerg player. The red Zerg leading the series 1-0. It is Wayne. A.K.A. Vanya, Radita, one day maybe Radicate. It's a Zerg. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes down in the series, but he is here and ready to bounce back again. He was a tyrant in the group stage. Can he find that same success here in the playoff bracket? It is Art. Go. As Art does set up that expansion, going for the gate expand, standard opener so far as we load into side Delta. Likewise, this time there is no proxy hatch. As a reminder, true, Wayne did open up game 1 with a proxy hatch to disrupt the economy, to delay the natural. Was being a nuisance here. This time, standard opener. This time, hatch gas pool. Everything looking as it should. You just had time for another banana. No. I already had one. Had my one banana. I'm good. As the probe dips in, does confirm the build of choice, and dips the hell out. Just hatch gas pool. Likewise, Art is expanding back at home. And the question becomes, what is our take-up choice going to be? I mean, based on the pylon placements, does scream Stargate. The reason why I say that is because typically if we go for a Twilight Council or a Robo Opener, the pylon is thrown down further back, either next to the gas or behind the mineral line to hide the tech. For the pylon placement to be so brazen, should be Stargate, just so the Oracle gets across the map that much faster. But we'll see. We shall see. As the Overlord does poke into the natural. Trying to get eyes on the first unit. And there it is. Stargate is on the way. Now, what's interesting to me is that this is not an Adept. It is a Stalker. The Stalker first usually signifies Twilight Council play. The reason for this is because the Overlord Scout is denied. The Overlord is going to be trapped here. Usually you will not do this unless you want to try to hide your tech. We can see that, I mean, he isn't really hiding his tech. It is going to be a Stargate, not something more aggressive, but Wayne doesn't know that. So this is where mind games come into play. Mind games are real. Also, because of the the Stalker Opener, this also means that there's no double Adept Harass. It means that, you know, Art has that much less to really threaten his opponent, at least on the ground. Which is another reason why Stalker Openers are typically not done without good reason. Ooh. And with this, it is not an Oracle, it is a Void Ray. Very interesting. So, Stalker first locks down the Overlord, Void Ray follow-up, hunting down Overlords as well. The question becomes, what are you hiding? What are you hiding here, if anything? Now, this could lead into second Stargate, into Mass Void Ray. It can lead into a Twilight Council, into Glaive Adepts. There are different kind of routes that Art can go for to try to catch his opponent off guard, to try to hide a build. We'll see. Or it could just be a standard game. And it might just be opening in such a way just to have that kind of shroud of ambiguity surrounding it. Void Ray moves out. Oracle follow up behind this. We can see Art getting ready for a third base, getting ready for that expansion. Lings move out. They spot the Void. Void Ray does find an Overlord, but Lings, they're going straight for the third. And they will force a cancel. Oh, or will they? They go for this. Oh, never mind, they go for the surround. One Adept falls. Why not both? They get an Adept, and can they get the expansion? Ooh, they can and they will. Massive cancel here onto the Nexus, and this is the downside of opening up Void Ray. Double Oracle Openers, they do secure this base, just because if there was a Ling run by, you would have not just one, but you would have had a second Oracle here that much faster as well to defend and to protect. Okay. So, already a better start for Wayne. He forced a cancellation, he delayed the economy. Second Oracle has arrived. Void Rays are hunting down more Overlords, and I mean, Artie's trying to gain some value here. And we can see it was a standard follow-up. It was just Void Ray into double Oracle into a third, into +1, and I would imagine Blink could be charged. It's gonna be Blink. Oh no, the Lings are here once again. No, there's nothing here. There's no Adepts. Where are the Adepts? Two probes go down. Could have gone for the shield battery. Regardless, Oracles they get across the map. So does the Void Ray. And Archie has to get some kind of value here. He's going for the expansion, and he will force a cancel. Oh my god, it's close. Does force a cancel. Likewise, two drones go down at the natural. And Art is attempting to settle in. Here we go. And how many gateways exactly do we get into? We have 2 gateways on the low ground, 2 more gateways in the main, so just 4 gate Blink for the time being. Art is being active with his first wave of Adepts. They are spotted by Wayne, and that should trigger Roach production. As Wayne did not skip the Roach Warren. Roach Warren is done, into +1 range, into speed. Oh my god, that's a lot of gates though. We do have a bit of a gateway explosion here. More gates are on the way, but Art is taking gas. So this tells us that Art intends on taking. He's going to be taking up, is working towards a Temple Archives. This will be towards Storm, towards Archons. This time, not double Robo Colossus. So a very different kind of composition. Very different here from Art. As it does move out, Blink is done with a handful of Stalkers. Production just now finishing. And Wayne has been droning. Doesn't really have much of an army. There we go. Ravagers are morphing in. Creep is receding. Adepts, they threaten the shade. Oh. Doesn't quite commit. Artie pokes in, backs off. There's that storm. Storm is coming. And likewise, Wayne is also taking up into his own Hydras and Hive as well. So, Roach Hydra into eventually Lurker attack. Very similar to the last game. Wayne is teching. Building up. Moving out to threaten the third base. Let's kill the probe. Wayne in position here towards the left-hand side. Getting another worker. Sniping a gas geyser. Not bad. Again, nice pickup. Gas geyser pulls away. Lurker Den is in production. Wayne is working towards that Lurker tech. It's almost there. And Art is still stuck on 3 bases. We need a 4th. 4th is on the way. And similarly to the last game, he's just walling up. He's walling up, he's walling up. Cannons, shield batteries being set up at the 3rd. We should be seeing something similar here at the 4th as well. And Art, he's rushing into Sky Toss. 2nd Stargate and a Fleet Beacon. Now, even though Art is getting there in a different way, it's still like the same kind of style. The same style from Art. Where, I mean, replace Storm and the Temple Archives with like a Robo and Colossus. I mean, and there you have game 1. Very similar. As Art is trying to turtle, but the Lings are here. Cannons and shield batteries are forced to be cancelled. Rooks are being knocked down. Wayne can't fully engage yet. He still has to wait for his Lurker upgrades. As he backs up. Spire's on the way, just in case. There it is. Show us the Lurkers. 2, 3, 4 Lurkers being morphed in. And before any kind of significant Skytos army amasses, Wayne should be hitting first with Lurkers. Wayne is maxed out, so he's knocking down these rocks. Even though Wayne is maxed, he does still have a little bit too much supply tied up in these roaches. That can hurt him. So he's knocking down more rocks. Rotating over. Pushing towards that 3rd. First Storm does connect onto those Lurkers. Take a lot of hits. Another Storm as well. At the same time, Adept's counter-attack hit towards the left-hand side. Or towards the north. Isn't going to get much done, but it does drag Wayne back home, and this is important. It's just giving time. Giving time to Art, and what is being done with that time? Carriers. Carriers are amassing. Roach run by, gets caught by the stasis. Another stasis set up. Ooh, another stasis goes up. And Art, he's maxing out. It's happening. Last game on Oceanborn, if you remember, Wayne was able to pull Art apart and kill him before he could really embrace any significant army. Or max out, I should say. This time, though, Art, he's getting there. Art, he is getting there. Making 2 carriers at a time. Mothership as well. Additional Immortals. I'm still a little bit perplexed, but does catch the Oracles. Oracles go down. Wayne moving forward. Alright, again, he has a comparable, if not greater, army. Shows the Yoinks. Gets 1 carrier. Tries to, but alas, there's not enough Hydras here. Not enough Hydras, not enough anti-air. The carrier does escape. Corrupted production has begun. Art will take the fight. take the fight, still massing a more carrier. Back at home, Wayne getting into his Spire, building up more Corruptors. I believe that's the second Spire in production for the Greater Spire and more upgrades. Meanwhile, Art doing something similar, getting another Stargate, a third Stargate even. You can remax and make 3 carriers at a time. Let's move forward, nice yoink! Ooh, feedbacks are brutal. Let's feedback an Overseer and a Viper. So that's getting shut down, main army pushes forward. Doctors, they do get another 2 carriers, not bad. 1 carrier left. Man, gonna be recoiling here towards the north. Oh my god! Does recoil here towards the expansion. Does get into the mineral line. Drone should be going down. And he can always recoil back home. As this was the mothership recoil. At the same time, they'll run back here towards the third. There is a wall of spine crawlers though. But instead, Wayne is going for the base. He's going for the kill. Should say Art. And he will get it. Hatchery goes down. Does opt to chase the drones. To actually get in, going for the queen. Nice burrow. Wayne he races back home, cleans up the Zealous, still 2 drone kills and a hatchery. And I feel like things are looking better here for Art. I mean, it's in a way it's hard to say just because upgrades are now starting to factor in, and Wayne, he did actually invest into Corruptor. 17 Corruptors! That's a lot of anti-air. I believe that should be enough to deal with, you know, the carriers that have amassed for Art. But what about the ground army? How many lurkers? 8. 8 lurkers. Looks like 17 Corruptors. It's gonna be close. Especially because Art is still staying back at home. He's killing his own units, freeing up supply. Jesus. Unless killing his own immortal or his own units there was a little bit of a mistake. Regardless, does get the changelings. Building up more Archons. Lurkers are amassing. There is not a Greater Spire, not yet. No Ultra. Okay, there's an Ultra Cabin though. So Wayne has the option to embrace Ultras. But now he's going to be diving in. Doesn't quite get the carrier. The yoink doesn't really do much. Oh, gets another yoink. Let's get 1 carrier. One carrier goes down. Jesus. But Wayne, he cannot fight head on against this, I'll be honest. Like, that's a terrifying ground army. No, without spellcasters, referring to Vipers, Investors, Fungal Growth. We'll see. Art does move out. The Spore Forest is uprooted. Now is the time. He's going to be pushing in. Yoink on the mothership. Minus 300, minus 300. No, it survives. Oh my god, barely does escape. Drops are being zoned back. They do get 1 carrier. This one does fly a little bit too close to the sun. But the rest of the army, the ground army, heads towards bottom left. Drops are coming from behind. Mothership goes down. Hardy pulls back. Does break into the expansion. Yeah, this base should fall. And Wayne, he can't really do much about it. Wayne also doesn't really have a bank either. He has a gas bank. What about the minerals? Oh my god. Archons there getting within range of the lurkers. I do think that Wayne can take this fight. He's collapsing on the carriers. Where's the support? Where are the Archons? They're not here. 1, 2, 3. Almost every carrier should fall here. As Art does commit, and he will bring them all down. Oh, wait, does commit. Will bring them all down. Does barely get the final carrier. At the same time, Wayne getting across the map, or I should say Art getting across the map with the run by. Doesn't quite get much done though. At least drags the army back home. And Wayne, he has to drone. Yeah, he's droning. He has to saturate. After they don't get much done. Art holds. And from here, did Art do enough damage? He did do a lot of economic damage, true. Art does have the greater economy. He does have the higher worker count. What about the armies? Oh my god, oh, where the Corruptor's going? Jeez, okay. As that's what, 5, 6, 7 Corruptors going down? That should not have happened. And they're quite expensive here. Again, Wayne doesn't really have a mineral bank. He can't afford those losses. Wayne, calm down. He's down to 8 Corruptor. Now building back up to 11. Wayne is being active. Headed towards the 4. The Ling Ultra, they can actually get quite a lot done here. Art is out of position. Art is completely out of position. Yeah, probes are going down. Nicely done here by Wayne. He breaks in, going for the Nexus. Getting the Nexus is a little bit ambitious, but it looks like he will get it nonetheless. Yeah, very nice damage here from Wayne. Art's cool with his pants down. Bleeds out 11 probes. Wayne is recovering. He's building up more Lurker. More Corruptor. Quickly checking Wayne. Does he have a greater? No, still no greater Spire. Okay. Still no access to Brood Lords. Just keeping check. Keeping tabs. Picking it up. Yoink here on... I mean, there's no ground army, so the Yoinks don't really do much. 1 carrier falls. Mothership gets yoinked, but alas, it can pull back. Nice pick off. Does get the mothership. It's going to be rebuilt. Here. Wayne has now been able to remax. It took a while, it took a couple of minutes, but both players are getting there. After the first big engagement. Getting more Corruptor. Meanwhile, Art, he's given up on this space, expanding towards his opponent. Which means he can actually lay siege upon this space as well, which is untouched. Wayne has not really been mining, hasn't been able to. Not after losing that mineral line. This hatchery is gonna fall eventually. Wayne's still sharking around, looking for any stray units. Oh, feedback goes up. Nice abduction, gets 1 Tempest. Does get 1 carrier as well. We are lacking some Archons here. Or even some Tempest to help support. Again, this is mainly a carrier-based army. Alright, he does engage. Oh! Brutal Storm here on the Corruptor. Against this many Lurkers, I feel like Tempest would be a little bit superior. Like, Tempests are ideal against trying to break these siege lines. It's more difficult with Carrier. As Wayne has taken top right. Has double expanded. Being active. Wayne chasing down these zealots, going for a Ling Ultra run by. Not the worst trades. So you have a charge, Ling's don't get much done. Nardi's pushing in. Lurkers are responding. That's a little Lunkers. Corruptors are going to be coming from behind. Nice feedback here on the Viper. Oh my god, 2 Vipers get feedback. There's 2 left. 2 remaining. Oh my god, going for the Storms instead. Brutal Storms on the Corruptors. Does Art have too much? Another Storm zones. 17 drones go down. Has Art done it? We'll get another 2 bases. I don't see Wayne holding on to these. Wayne is going to try, though. Likewise, Corruptors going for bottom left. Spaces are falling down. The problem here with... yeah, the Lurkers have to back up. They cannot hold their own against this Skytel's army. Now, Art does get some of these workers, though. That's 13 drones going down. As Art, he's actually not stopping. There's not as much value here in this space. Wayne trading a base for a base. Top center base is gonna fall. Likewise, Wayne takes down bottom left. Artie's not stopping. He's not stopping, Flap. He's taking down more bases. More hatcheries going down. The army does respond. Uncle on the carrier. Sports getting picked up. You can see Wayne setting up for a surround. Trying to collapse on this army. Coming in from behind. Up! You get a storm though. Couple of storms. Viper goes down. 1 Viper left with energy. It does feel overall Art has just been taking better engagements. More value. But the banks are still close, is the thing. Still very close. One Corruptor's on the way. Yoinks the mothership. Nice pick off. Very nice snipe. Mothership goes down. Lurker's a bit out of position. Storm does connect. Oh, at the same time, Ling Ultra run by does get them into line. 19 birds go down. Ay, ay, ay. More Lurkers are falling. Brutal Storms here on the Corruptors. He's diving. He's had enough. He's diving in. He's going for the tithe. And he will take down every single carrier. He's had enough waiting. And we mentioned before, where were the Archons? There were none. There was only 1 Archon. GG gets called. And Wayne will take game number 2 and a 2-0 lead. Oh my god. GG. GG well played. Wayne will take a lead. Again, this was an interesting game state here. It was late game, that is true, but it did feel like, I mentioned before, I was talking about, especially against a lurker heavy composition, or a composition that Wayne had, I was expecting more Tempest and more ground support. As we saw, there was just the 1 Archon. There wasn't too much there to support on the ground, and Mass Carrier itself can really struggle head on, especially against Corruptor, and with that, GG. GG well played. In the end, Wayne, he just went for the dive, he collapsed on the army, cleaned everything up, took it from there. Did take it from there. And now we're getting ready for game number 2. Looks like our players are asking for a moment, though. They're asking for a couple of minutes. We're more than happy to. I mean, this was a very long game, too, on side Delta, so we'll be going on a short break. When we come back, we will have our next series, or our next game. We'll have game 3 to find out if it all ends here and now, or if we get a back-and-forth series. The pressure is now on Art. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semi-finals of the Fire Cup number 4. Hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OC as we have returned with game 3 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura. We have the red Zerg player leading the series 2-0. Unamas. One more game is all he needs to advance on to the grand finals. It is Wayne. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes, down 0-2, struggling a little bit here in the semi-finals. He was able to pop off in the group stage. Can he bring it back? Can he bring it home and make a series out of this and even force the ace match? It is Art. Again, a very intense game there on side Delta. Did go the distance. Again, I wasn't too convinced by the composition of Art's late game army. It was mainly carrier with one mothership, with one Archon, and mainly High Templar to support. Whereas otherwise, because of that, he was vulnerable to a dive from the Corruptors without either Void Ray or Archon. Then there was nothing really to again support that air army. Carriers on their own are quite vulnerable to Mass Corruptor like that. Are quite vulnerable. So with that, GG. And now we're getting into game 3. And I'm hoping we can bounce back. I'm hoping for a back and forth series, but the pressure is on the Protoss. Pressure is on the Protoss here. And so now, save that opener. Hit expand into Cybercore. Likewise, no proxy hatch. This time there is no proxy hatchery. We saw that in game 1 from Wayne, but since then we have just calmed things down and gone into more standard modes. I mean, last game we saw Art being a little bit cheeky by going for a Stalker first into Void Ray, then into Double Oracle, but remember he was punished for it. His third base was cancelled, was denied. Wayne was all over it. So we'll see where we go this time. We shall see. Once again, Stargate is going to be the Stargate opener from Art. Stargate most likely into Oracle, but we have seen Void Ray based openers before from Art. Likewise, to have our Stalker first into Adept, similar to last game. Remember, it was also Stalker first in game 2. And again, the downside of this means that you have less Adepts to harass across the map. Meanwhile, Wayne just making a safety amount of Ling, or actually making a wave of Lings behind this to harass, to reinforce. 6 more Lings. Wayne is being active. Adept moves out. Stalker was spotted, that's why damage has been done to the Overlord. And Wayne, it does look like he wants to punish. Link speed is going to finish up in a couple of seconds. Oracle is on the way. Oracle's in production. Lings are moving out. And the purpose of these Lings should be to deny the third. And to catch the Adept. Speaking of, Adept gets caught. Adept is going to go down. Likewise, can threaten the Stalker as well, but is just containing. And do you see what I see? Fast Twilight Council. That is a Twilight Council before the third base, so Art is going to be much more aggressive. This looks like Glaive Adepts. Meanwhile, Wayne going for a safety Roach run back at home at the 4-minute mark. Things they threaten the third. Now, this could be either Glaives or it could even be Blink. Could be Blink into a Gateway Explosion, into a 3-base all-in. Art, he has options. And technically, there are like some weird charge all-ins as well. But it is Glaives, yeah. Makes more sense. It is going to be Glaive Adepts. The goal here is to get across the map to get some economic damage. Meanwhile, Wayne is massing up more Lings. Double Oracle into the natural. There's 2 drones. 2 workers go down. Wayne moves out to try and shut down the third. Back at home, what is it to defend? So far, 3 Adepts. The Adepts are in position. Lings are coming for a surround. Oh! And they do get a pseudo surround. Yeah, the Adepts, they get caught out. 2 of them gonna fall. Can they get even more than that? Going for the Stalker. And this is getting a bit out of hand already. More Adepts are revealed. That is a tell. Wayne does evacuate. Let's get the hell out of there. But last, the jig is up at this point. There's no reason to have more reinforcing Adepts. More on the way. And Wayne just making roaches. He's making roaches, being safe, being secure. Getting to a heavier roach count. And Art has to get something done with this. It's a big investment. Okay, 3 more Adepts. 10 in total. Shades across the map. Let's go. It's all or nothing here for Art. I mean, that is a lot of Adepts. Meanwhile, Wayne keeping up. Shade is cancelled. Art turns back around. And as long as he keeps these Adepts alive, he can, of course, secure himself and get into that Immortal production. He's almost there. Meanwhile, as the first Immortal is halfway done, here comes Wayne. Here comes Wayne with Lings, with Roaches, with Ravagers. Behind this, Wayne is droning, getting a 4th base, so it looks like Wayne isn't committing to this. I think he probably could, but isn't going to commit. Wayne playing it safe. Burning up, taking extra gases. And we're settling in. Once again, Wayne is so quick to rush into the Infestation Pit. As we've seen in Game 1 and in Game 2, Wayne, it looks like he's more than willing to just embrace Lurker Tech. The Lurkers. Meanwhile, that's a brutal Gateway Explosion. That's 5 gates on the way, in addition to the 4 that's already done. It's going to be a 9-gate setup. 9 gateways here for Art. Now, I'm getting some mixed signals. Part of me wants to say this is a 3-base all-in, because you do not need 9 gates on 3 bases like this, without a 4th. But Art did take extra gases. The extra gas does signify like typically further tech. We'll see. Wait, for some reason I just assumed that we had Blink. We don't. Here comes the move out. Art is very committed with this. Moving out across the map, no Blink, no charge. +2 just began. Immortal has arrived. Now, one Immortal's got a lot of work to do against Roach Ravager. Supplies are getting thrown down. They shut down some of these station traps. The army comes in from behind, coming in for this round. Goes for the sentries. Sentries are pulling. We're not quite there yet. Not anymore. Takes out the immortal as well. And Wayne is going to snowball out of control. He breaks out. He breaks through. More prisoners doing what they can to juggle, to micro. Wayne, the Hive is on the way. Lurker Den's on the way, but GG gets caught. He doesn't even get into the Lurker tech as Wayne will take the series 3-0. GG. We didn't even get to see the Glaive Adepts in action. It was a aggressive, very bold build there from Art to go for the Glaive Adepts as a follow-up. Unfortunately, Wayne was all over him, did kind of disrupt the opener, did scout early on what was going on, and played very carefully in the aftermath of that. Made sure not to over drone or anything like that. Was teching, true, he was taking up, but he did have a ground army to keep him safe. GG. GG, well played. Wayne will take the series, and Wayne is going to be our first finalist of Fire Grow Cup number 4. And the question becomes, who will face off against him in those finals? Will it be a Terran or a Zerg? Up next, after the break, we're going to be jumping into Nicorette versus Young Jakob in a best of 5. Oh boy. It is going to be a best of 5, so again, take this time, get some snacks, get some food, get some water, get ready for what's to come, and get ready for the semis. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I am just coming up and just going live with an update here. I did just mention in the Twitch chat, but for those that are watching on YouTube and for those who aren't paying attention to Twitch chats, we do have a bit of an issue here. Unfortunately, it's out of our hands. Not the first time this has actually happened, now that I think about it. It's not even this month. When we were casting the code for Giants Cup, there was a blackout. So I assume a blackout. I remember the electricity went out in the apartment complex of Master, and Master could not actually compete. And I remember there was also some like Wi-Fi or internet issues at other times as well. And now that it's plaguing the European region as well, Smurge. But young Yakov, he currently cannot actually access StarCraft. He cannot access the internet. He has lost power. And we're hoping it comes back soon. We're hoping, fingers crossed that his power comes back soon, and then he can play out his matches, he can play out his series. For now, we are willing to wait. We're more than happy to just wait and figure out what's going on. Around 15 or so minutes. If he doesn't, if the power doesn't return, there's going to be a walkover. There will be a walkover if the power doesn't return, which would be a shame because, I mean, I'll be honest, young Yakov, he's favored. He's favored to make it into the finals and maybe even win the entire event. Like, it's possible. Like, young Yakov is a very, very strong player. He proved that over the course of the group stage as well. And yeah, young Yakov is definitely one that can play well, compete well, and have good standing, have good placing in Firegrow Cup. So yeah, because of that, we're willing to wait. Again, it's a bit out of our hands, out of our control. Otherwise, the show must go on, right now. The show must go on. So, Smurge. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. So we are going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we will have an update here. For my assumption, it would be a walkover, but I guess it comes down to, it's up to Middle VK. There is a chance where if the players agree, then we might reschedule. Question mark. I don't know. I don't know if Middle VK is willing to do that, to reschedule to another day or something like that. We'll see. It'll come down to Middle VK, of course. Middle VK, he is the owner, the sponsor of the event. He is the organizer and the caster as well. So we'll see what Middle VK does decide to do. But otherwise, yeah, going to be going on a break. Going to be going on an extended break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes, or like in 10 or so minutes, with an update of some kind. Until then, though, I guess take this time to stretch your roaches, hydrate your hydras, massage your marines, tuck in your tempest, cuddle your colossus, and we'll be back soon, TM, with an update. See you soon. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semifinals of the Fire Cup number 4. Oh my god, I do apologize for the extended break, but we have returned. Alas, one of our players was suffering from a power outage, but the power has returned and we can continue the broadcast. We can continue the tournament. No walkovers were required, no rescheduling, nothing of the sort. We can jump into our fresh best of 5. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the red Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nicorette. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player representing himself, currently teamless. It is young Yakov. He's young again. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Will it be our Zerg player or our Terran? It is up to you to decide. Oh boy, so best of luck. Also, as a reminder, the winner of the series goes up against Wayne in a best of 7. Best of 7 finals. Wayne is lying in wait. He has time to rest, time to recuperate, and time to get ready for that final matchup. Oh boy. We, of course, here to determine who will make it to those finals. We're here. Oh, the light is back. do you think that's 100% intentional, right? Let's go, papi. Ay. The power is back on. It has returned. The light. Let's go. It's always here. It's always on. Beautiful. That has to be intentional. Regardless, do have our Rax Expand here from our Terran. Is going to be a Rax Expand opener. Saying this stuff here so far out of Nicorette, but this is also where I have to talk about Nicorette himself. When it comes to this matchup, Nicorette is hyper aggressive. We've seen him against players like Young Yakov, like GG Machine, and Nicorette, he's just constantly been in the face, even Eba last night as well. Nicorette, he does embrace 2 base all-ins, 3 base all-ins, just hyper aggression in the TVZ matchup, and we'll see if Young Yakov can keep up. He was able to do so in the group stage, but, you know, maybe Nicorette, he will be taking a different approach this time. It is possible. May take a different approach. As the Reaper has arrived, dipping into the natural. Will threaten the mineral line, but so far, young Yakov, he does maintain himself. Pulls back the weakened Ling. Ooh, did invest into 6 Lings, actually. Bigger investment here by young Yakov. Does mean it's going to be down 1 extra drone. Queen has arrived, and the Reaper is going to be forced back. So far, so good. Yakov does hold up. Oh my god, the Tumor goes down. Very nice pick off here out of Nicorette. Takes down the Tumor, takes down the Ling. And Nicorette pulls back. So very nice value so far. Also, I didn't get to talk about it, but if you were here last night for the group stage of this event, you would know that last night young Yakov was not young Yakov. He was old Yakov. Smooch. He was old Yakov, but he's young again. He's spry. Beautiful. Beautiful. He's full of hope. He's full of happiness and joy. That's what happens when the light comes back. Regardless, we are settling in. Young Yakov holding onto his third. It does get it up and running. Likewise, Nicorette going to be reinforcing with extra Hellions behind this. Oh my god, it is going to be a 1-1-1. And remember earlier I spoke about how Nicorette, he does often all-in. He often all-ins against Zerg players. He's often hyper-aggressive. And what do we see here? We have Reactored Hellion. We have Marauders, and I would imagine an Armory. An Armory is going to be thrown down for what? For a Hellbat Marauder push. Oh boy. So very committed play here by Nicorette. Still no third CC, so hyper committed, borderline all in. Link Scout comes in. What does young Yakov see? He does get eyes on the ranks. Doesn't see much else though. Does have incomplete information. Spinecrawler's on the way. Roachborn as well. Young Yakov, he knows. He might have seen the Marauder. If he saw the Marauder, that would have been enough. That would have been a tell. Roach Productions on the horizon. There's the Armory for the Hellbats. It's all or nothing for Nicorette. Hellions are amassing. A Liberator behind this. Okay, I assumed it was going to be another medevac, but no, it's going to be Liberator alongside the medevac to support. There's going to be, of course, micro potential here with the medevac as well. Save units. And how many Hellions? 8. 8 Hellions. 3 Marauders. 1 medevac. 1 Liberator. And a Dream. The army is spotted. Meanwhile, Roach Warren is done. Roach production has begun. Young Yakov, he joined up to 47. 7 roaches, 6 queens. He's ready. He is ready for this. The Hellbats are revealed. And Yakov is prepared. Orders get dropped in, going for the first queen. Roaches, they arrive just in time. They go straight for those Hellbats. 1 queen does go down. Spinecore a little bit too far back, but does come into play. And yeah, Yakov is fine. He is perfectly fine. He's even droning in the middle of this defense. That's how confident he is. He's droning up, takes down all the Hellbats. Looking at the assault tab, 4 roach kills. The queens actually survived a clutch transfuse. And Yakov is all over this. Behind this, when you see Nickrat, he throws down 2 more Raxes. Still no 3rd CC. Still 2 base all in. Now, at least the Marauder survived. You can see here that Nickrat, he's threatening a drop towards the natural. Queens are trying to keep up. One of the E-bays or Evo chambers is delayed. Oh, that's even a kill, not a cancel. Well, not bad. Kills Neva chamber. Liberator into the main. 4 drones in total have gone down. 3 at the hands of this lib. But that is still not good enough.
Game paused.
As we'd have a bit of a pause, and hopefully everything's okay. As again, Young Yakov did have some electricity issues earlier. Okay, there we go. There we go. We are fine.
Game resumed.
As Nickrat, he's going to be dropping out the 4th. Will delay the 4th base as well. Not bad. I mean, Nickrat, he's getting some nice value here and there. Picking off a couple of workers, picking off and delaying some of the upgrades, delaying some of the expansions. This is nice, but ideally, Nickrat, he needs more. Because Yakov is fully saturated on 3 bases. And behind this, 1-1 is on the way. Tank production, more Marines. Again, it is still a 2-base all-in. It's just the next round, the next step, the next stage. There are layers to this build here from Nickeract. Was that a kill? Okay, cancel. That was a cancel. Jesus. It scared me for a moment. Overseer does confirm. The Overseer saw the add-ons, saw the upgrades, saw the production. Yakov knows not to overdrone. He knows that at most he wants to get up to around 3-base saturation, 66 drones at most. 70 is cutting it close. I would be opposed to getting up to 70 workers. Right now it's all about Roach Ravager. And here comes the push. Here comes the all-in. Now, there is a 3rd CC that just started up, but this is a very late 3rd. This army needs to trade well. It needs to kill a base, even. We'll see if he can. Roach is getting caught on the low ground. Oh my god. Rough positioning here for Yakov. Trying to force his way up the ramp. Tank shots going off. Yeah, very nice start here for Nickeract. Massive tank volleys. The Roaches, they melt. But there's still too much coming in from behind. There's still 1 tank left. And that fight was maybe the best fight that Nickeract could have hoped for. How many roaches did he kill? 27. 27 roaches, 1 Ravager for 1 tank and Marines. Again, just Young Yakov in a really awkward position. Down the ramp, forced to push up into a concave. A very efficient fight by Nickeract. Still not yet done. Still threatening a push. 2nd tank has arrived. Stims in, dives on the roaches. Whilst they do not quite take down the tank. That last pile was misplaced. Nickeract gaining ground. Freedom has arrived. Yes, Freedom. Tank's a little bit too far back. Take a couple of shots off. Behind this, Nickeract now landing his 3rd. But he still needs to trade better. He still needs more value here. Whilst they take down the libs. Ooh, not quite. The Liberators, they survived. Once again, the Wilds were a little bit misplaced. The Freedom is still here. It keeps going, man. It keeps going. Oh, 1 lib falls. Tanks are pushing forward. Yakov, again, he's struggling to hold on here. But Nickeract, he's running out of Marines. Runs out of fire. The tanks are exposed. Without that buffer, the tanks are finally going down. This wasn't the cleanest of defenses. It was actually quite brutal. But Yakov holds, and he saves the 4th. The 4th base is up, can now be saturated, more roaches are amassing. Looking at the unit tab again, these were very efficient fights for Nickeract. Out-trading Yakov very nicely. And back at home, he's getting up to his 56 worker counts. More production, more maxes. 2-2, almost done. Now, Yakov, was this enough damage is kind of the question here. Yakov, his supply is inflated. True, it is inflated supply because of the roaches. But what I will say is that without all those tanks, upon losing them, it means that if Yakov ever moves out, there's not that much here to defend. There's an okay bio army, but there's only one tank so far. Second tank's on the way. Nickrat, he's still looking very vulnerable to a counterattack from the Zerg. This is also why Nickrat needs to be active. He needs to make sure that Yakov stays at home. Because if Yakov moves out, that's where I'm concerned for the Terran. Yakov trying to keep up with the drop play. Is going for a roach counterattack. There is an army at home to defend, but Nickrat, he does unsiege. Oh. He unsieges and roaches, they hit the third. Oh, and there's nothing here. Boys forced to be pulled away. None of them go down. Nice catch here by Nickrat. Shaves off a good amount of roaches. 3-3s on the horizon. I mean, these upgrades are solid. I mean, does have a very nice upgrade lead. I mean, that helps. That is as to why Nickrat has been trading so well. Is part of that is the upgrades. But now Yakov, he's on 4 base saturation. He's up to 72 workers. Nickrat pushing forward, gaining ground. Yakov trying to get another base up and running, getting a 5th. Bailing's now coming into the mix. Now it's not just Roach Ravagers. Roach Ravager link Bane. Bailing speed is halfway done. And Infestors are on the way as well for those fungal growths. Young Yakov, he's maxed out. Nickrat, he's still not quite there yet. He's going to be dropping in. Likewise, secondary army pushing towards the left-hand side. Yakov trying to split up. Bailing speed not yet ready. The tanks are late to siege. And the tanks are caught out. Massive fungal as well. The fungal, the Miles. Oh my god. The Miles, they take down the medevac. The tanks fall. And Nickrat, he's racing back home at the same time. Triple drop here into the third. Workers are going down. 5 drone kills. 5 drones. A queen. A couple of roaches as well. Medevac's taking a lot of damage. Get the hell out of here. But you can see the disparity in supply. At one point, Yakov was up 40 supply. Now, well, up 10. The army supplies are closing. The gap is closing, I should say. And even then, I would say actually that Nickrat has a larger army. The soup does lie when Roach Ravager's involved. So Nickrat, he has some momentum. He's going for the base. Well, at the same time, though, reinforcements getting caught out. Lings, they come in from behind. They're getting on top of the tanks. One tank goes down, the other as well. To the piles. Yeah, just a really awkward engagement from Nickrat. At the same time, triple drop into the main. Fungal connects. Where's the follow-up? Yeah, it's not enough. Oh, actually, Nickrat, he could have kept going. He could have kept, yeah, he could have kept pushing here. Regardless, he will kill the 5th. 5th hatchery goes down. Main base is still a bit exposed. And the supplies are evening up. Meanwhile, the main base, it floats over as the 4th. Nickrat trying to maintain his economy, his production. Double drop into the natural, triple drop into the main. Yakov getting pulled apart here. I mean, Roach Ravager is a very mobile army. Oh. And he's going for the kill. He's going for the 4th. He wants it. Yakov's ready, though. Yakov, he's here for it. Not enough room. Tank goes down. Massive pickoff. Drop dives back in. Takes down the gases. Gets 5 drones. And despite the failed all-ins, Nickrat, he's bringing it back. He's doing it. He's just dragging young Yakov apart. Takes down the infestation pit. No more infestors. No more fungals. Drop on the right-hand side. Gets cleaned up. Nickrat forced back. His 4th base is getting saturated. And for the first time in a long time, who takes the supply lead? Nickrat. Nickrat takes that supply lead. Ay, ay, ay. 11 drone kills. He's still going. He's not stopping. Oh, the Biles. Oh. Ooh, brutal connections. Medevacs go down. Yeah, Nickrat otherwise paying attention elsewhere, focusing on other drops. 17 drone kills. And again, he still wants that 4th. He's been wanting it for so long. He wants that fourth base. Yakov, initially he had a good start, but we mentioned earlier he had a rough fight pushing up the ramp. That was the beginning of the comeback for Nicorette. Base connect. Nice split here from Nicorette. He pulls away. 21 drone kills. Going for the fifth. Threatening another push. Reinforcements are moving out. Yakov, he's trying to recover, but it may just be too late at this point. He's down to 37 drones. Yakov has a bit of a bank to work with, but and he's running out of steam. Nice bios. Sorry, nice fumbles, I should say. Jump towards the natural. Nicorette pushing in. And GG gets called. It just becomes too much, and Nicorette takes game one. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Nicorette, again, was hyper aggressive. He went first for the Hellbat push, then followed it up with a 2-base bio tank all-in. And again, it all started with some rough fights. Yakov, he had some really, really rough engagements despite the initial hold. I will say that it was a better start for Yakov after defending against the Hellbat push, but it was a second all-in that really traded insanely well. We mentioned, but Yakov, he was caught out of position. He was caught with his pants down. His army was on the low ground. He was pushing up a ramp into a concave, and he lost every single roach. Likewise, as is also being pointed out, as we pointed out as well, some of the bars were lackluster, right? We had, as he was trying to engage with that tank-based army in the aftermath, even the Liberators as well, we saw that a lot of bars were missing, where they otherwise should have, because that tanks and Liberators survived longer than they should have as well, and that led to Nicorette being even more efficient with his army, and with that he was able to claw his way back in. Likewise, the multi-player aggression was too much to handle as well. So just some intense play there by Nicorette, despite things being very much so against him. He clawed his way back in. GG, well played. Very well done here. Nicorette takes game one, and now we're getting ready for game two. Now, when it comes to, as the players are asking for a bit of a break, players are asking for a moment, but when it comes to this playstyle, as I stand by it, as I mentioned at the start of game one, which led into the all-in play, Nicorette is hyper-aggressive in this matchup. Expect to see more 2-base all-ins. More 2-base all-ins, 3-base all-ins, 8 Raxes. This is what we expect from Nicorette. And I mean, for good reason. He's good at it. We see that even sometimes when he fails in these initial pushes, in these initial aggressions, he's still able to recover from that anyway. Oh boy. So we'll keep an eye on Nicorette to see what aggression we see here in game 2. Likewise, we'll see how young Yakov adjusts his play as well. Does have to tighten up here. I don't want to harp on it too much, but we did see some, again, lackluster Ravager control from Yakov, which he was punished for. Clearly against Nicorette, you cannot make those mistakes. Cannot make those mistakes, otherwise he will get out of hand and out of control. So we need to tighten things up, Pappy. As we're getting into game 2 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of the Crimson Court, we have the red Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes, leading the series 1-0. It is Nicorette. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Zerg player representing himself. Currently team is down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can make a series out of this. It is young Yakov. Go. As Yakov is setting up. Going hatch first. Likewise, Nicorette back at home going for a Rax expand setup here. So far so good. Standard openers. Hatch gas pull out of one, Rax expand out of the other, but we'll keep an eye on Nicorette here to see if he does open up 1-1-1 once again. Nicorette, he often does go for a very delayed third base. Very delayed. Is his go-to. From there, he can go into a more committed Hellion Banshee build. He can go into BC production. He's got options. Does have options. No apple juice? No, Shameless has the juice. True, true. He's juiced, man. as the Overlord does dip in, getting a scatter. Let's get a scout up at the natural. Just again, ensuring that everything's looking as it should. We see young Yakov already mining through the minerals here on the right-hand side. So it looks like Yakov, he's looking to try to sneak out a third base here. A very safe third location. Safe against Hellion aggression at least. Less so against airbase units like Banshees. Like Drop Play. Reaper does get 2 link kills, but it's worth it as the drone survives and the third base has been placed. So the third is on the way. Queen has arrived. And Yakov defends. Did cost him 2 lings, but doesn't lose any workers. Does hold. Meanwhile, oh my... Okay, Nick Racked. You have my attention. This is an open that I was not expecting. That is a third CC before Starport. I'll have to eat my words. If you remember, I was expecting a late third base and a 1-1-1. That is what I was expecting, but no, instead we see something very different. This is an economic opener. Economic start here into what looks to be a 1-1-1 into Banshee play. Now, because the opener is economic, I'm still leaning towards potentially a 3-base all-in. I'm leaning towards an 8 racks. We have seen Nick Racked embrace 8 racks many a time in the past, and I can definitely see that working here on Crimson Court as well. So my eyes are on Nick Racked when it comes to how many racks he throws down and whether or not he takes his gases at the third. That's going to be the big tell. Does he take his gases? Does he commit into extra racks, of course? Where does this lead? There's the add-on swap. It is going to be 3cc Banshee here from Nick Racked. Banshees are on the way. Oh, threatens the Creep Tumor. Does get one. Creep Tumor goes down. Likewise, Yakov going for Link Scouts. He's going to be shut down by the Hellions. Safety Baneliness is on the way. 4-minute Baneliness here, so Yakov, he's a little bit terrified of potentially something more aggressive. So very safe response here by Yakov. Because of that, his lair is going to be a little bit later. His upgrade is going to be a little bit later as well, as I believe he should be going lair, then into double Evo chamber. So Yakov playing safe while Nick Racked plays economically. And I mean, to be fair, Yakov doesn't know. He has not seen the main base. Yakov's playing blind. Hellions do rock up. Oh, they do bypass the queens. They just rush in, but there are links here to punish. And Nick Racked this time was not worth it. Yeah, the links, they get a surround. They shut down the Hellions. And Nick Racked, he was baited in. He thought there was an opening. He thought that his opponent was being too greedy. And really... the bait was real, and Nick Racked gets punished. Does get punished for it. Banshee into the main. But ideally, there'd be Hellions threatening a base, and then the Banshee comes in while the Zerg player is distracted. Rough follow-up here from Nick Racked. He has lost map control, and that means Yakov can drone. That means he's free to just drone his heart out. Saturate his bases. 4th base is on the way. Extra racks are being thrown down. This is so far a 5-rack setup, which is pretty normal on 3 bases, but I'm waiting for 3 more Raxes. I'm waiting for 3 more Raxes here. We'll see. As Banshees, they do deny the 4th. Very nice. 4th base is denied. Yakov expanding elsewhere. Double expanding, actually. Going for the center base and going for the triangular 3rd. So Yakov does double expand. Upgrades are on the way. Nick Racked building up. Oh, is taking gases. Okay. Okay. Yo, we macroing? I'm ready. Gases are being taken. Overseer goes for the scouts. Does get eyes on one of the gas geysers. The Overseer is going to be hunted down just barely. Whew. And from here, Nick Racked is building up. Now, something about Crimson Court that I should emphasize as well, that I wasn't going to because of Nick Rack's playstyle, but now I have to, is that this map is very good for turtling. And there it is. 4th CC is on the way. Nick Racked, he's macroing up. And it is very difficult actually to break a player on a 3 and 4 base setup here, just because of how difficult it is to actually get into these avenues of attack. I'm referring to these fringe bases. So we have actually seen a lot of late game on Crimson Court. Oh, no, the wall! The wall's not a wall. Lings, they flood in. Hero! Lings, they get into the natural. SCV's going to be going down. Ay, ay, ay. I believe a tank falls as well. Doesn't get too out of hand, though. Nickrack, good crisis management. Does pull away in time. Oh my god, but the Bailings! Bailings, they crush into the third. 24 SCVs go down before we can embrace the fourth base. Yakov, he pops off. He does distract Nickrack, and with that, the economy has been crippled. I was praising Nickrack. I was about to say, yo, if we can get up to 4 bases, we can secure ourselves, we can max out, we can head into the late game, but that is not going to happen. Not yet. As Nickrack, he is crippled. And he has some recovering to do. Meanwhile, Yakov getting ready for another run by. Nickrack pushing through the center. Wall is open once again. Now, I just appreciate that Hero has some Terran fans. It's good. It's as Lings, they bust into the third once again. 11 SCV kills. Nickrack out of position. The main army comes in from right hand side, catching out these tanks. Yeah, 1, 2 tanks going down. Brutal pickups. And Yakov, he commits even more. Dives on the army. Connections here on the Marines. Hydra's back up. And all that Yakov has to do is just build up, max out. So I say max out, just rebuilding vein. GG gets called as Yakov takes game number 2 and ties things up 1-1. GG. GG, well played. I feel a little bit robbed. I was deprived of a macro game between Nickrack and Yakov. We were getting there. I mean, again, Yakov, he took an extra gas geyser. He was going for a 4th CC. He was building up towards a longer, later game. But just before we got there, just before Nickrack could embrace that, the Link run by, the Bailink run by as well, he was pulled apart, his attention was split, and Yakov popped off. End of the game before we could really embrace a late game. GG. GG, well played. Nickrack caught with his pants down. He was caught with his pants down, and Yakov took full advantage of that, and now we're getting into Game 3. Now, as a reminder, best of 5 is a best of 5. We still have more games ahead of us, but alas, the pressure is on, and this could still go either way. We are going to be loading into Alcyone. Alcyone is known for 8-raxing, so now that I think about it, if Nickrack is willing to play the map, if he's willing to play macro on Crimson Court, I'd be willing to bet that he's willing to 8-rax on Alcyone as well. So we'll see. We shall see. As we are loading into game number 3. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alcyone, we have the red Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes being forced into a tied series. We'll see if we can bring it back. It is Nickrack. It's 1.21 gigawatts. Let's go. And in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player representing himself, tying up the series 1-1, making a series out of this. It is young Yakov. We go. Because we are going to be settling in. So far, the openers should be looking standard. We do see the racks on the high ground, so no crazy 2-rack Reaper opener here out of Nickrack. Yakov, of course, is rallying across the scout to confirm that there is no heavy Reaper aggression. Clearly, he sabotaged himself to prevent a macro game. True. It's all a part of the master plan. Really, Nickrack, he's just trying to lure young Yakov into a false sense of security. He's like, oh no, you stopped me from macroing. Clearly that's what I want to do. And then bam! 1 base all in. Oh no. Not like this. As the overlords are moving out, Yakov is looking for a proxy. Does check here on the left-hand side initially, making sure there is no proxy setup before turning back around. Nickrack, he's getting his CC on the low ground. SCV scout across the map. from here we can settle in. I guess our eyes are really going to be on Nickrack when it comes to his starport, whether he goes factory into starport or factory into 3rd CC. Is going to be the first sign of aggression or not. Yakov making an extra wave of lings. Interesting. I believe up to 6. Yeah, 6 lings. Reaper does arrive, dancing with the army. Oh. Nice control here by young Yakov. Oh, but the first ling does go down. Nice pickup. Nickrack gets 1 ling, pulls away. Reaper is getting quite low. Oh. Playing with fire. Oh my god. He wants that tumor, but this time he will not get it. The Reaper's a little bit too low, and we have confirmation that is a 3rd CC before the starport economic opener once again. Very similar to what we saw in Game 2. Now, if you remember, in Game 2, the follow-up here was a starport into Banshee, into Hellions, and Nickrack, he went for a Hellion dive. He got punished for it. The Hellions were completely cleaned up, and he lost map control as a result. This time, we'll see if Nickrack is a little bit more careful, a little bit more attentive here with his Hellions, and, you know, doesn't get baited in. Takes a more passive, more kind of a safe approach here with those Hellions. Doesn't take as many risks. We'll see. We shall see. Meanwhile, once again, as the opener is economic, the follow-up yet to be determined. I said before that Alkione, this map is known for 8 Raxes. It's known for being very strong for 8 Raxes as well. For those that are curious, an 8 Rax is a 3 base all-in. The signs of it, of course, is that you don't take your gases, you don't get a 4 CC. Instead of the 4 CC, you throw down 3 extra Raxes instead, and you just make Mass Marine. Mass Marine with 1-1 and then 2-2 upgrades. It can hit very hard, especially if a Zerg player takes too much or drones too much. Meanwhile, Yakov opening up roaches. Okay. There's going to be a roach one here for Yakov. Very safe approach here from the Zerg player. This safe approach can also turn aggressive as well, bear that in mind. So we'll keep an eye on the drone count of young Yakov, because he might be the aggressor himself. He might just cut workers at 60 and then just go for a Roach Ravager all in. It is possible. But now, though, Cloak Banshees are on the way. Yakov has yet to really scatter across the map. He did see the Hellions, though, so he should be aware of the potential of Banshee. This Banshee has arrived. Back at home, yep, spores are on the way. We have 1 spore in each mineral line. So Yakov playing it safe. Hellions moving out as well. Ideally, you don't want to hit one base with the Banshees, the other base with the Hellions, and try to split apart the attention of the Zerg. But now, though, he's poking in. Rotating around. Banshee has yet to pull the trigger. Right, rotating. Jeez, that's a lot of Raxes, by the way. Getting up to 5. He's getting to his 5 Rax setup. Lings move out for a counterattack with their Hellions back at home this time. Banshees don't get much damage, but neither do all these Lings. Lings and Roaches. So Yakov, he is rotating, he's trying to find a way in. Gets a Hellion. And so far, Nickrack, he is keeping up, shuts down the Lings. The Roaches are a little bit of a different problem, though. They do pick up some SCVs. A nice pick up by Yakov. Nickrack has to pull the boys. Tries to repair. Debo goes down. The army does flood in. But the Banshees, they race back home, and this will clean up the army. Now, this does force the army back, so the Hellion Banshee was stuck at home. Likewise, gets 4 CV kills. Not a bad trade here for Yakov, but I'm sure he was hoping for a little bit more. As back at home, he's just saturating and expanding. 4th base is on the way. Nickrack building up. He's still in that 5 rack setup. And we do see Yakov coming in for a scout. He will get eyes into the main. And again, it is important here for Yakov to counter Raxes and to make sure that nothing crazy is going on. So he does see the setup. Does confirm lack of 4th. Not yet, at least. And back at home, we do see Yakov teching. Does have Hydrogen on the way. Infestation is on the way as well. Getting ready for Hive Tech. As the Overseer is poised to go back in for a rescout. Gases are being taken. 4th CC on the way. Okay, Nickrat, he's macroing. He's getting into a 4th base. This is very similar to the build overall. It's very similar to what we just saw on Crimson Court. But this time, Nickrat, he doesn't lose any SCVs back at home. He can focus on his army. He can focus on his push. Knocks down the rocks. Roaches it down with the tanks. One tank goes down. Ooh, yeah, brutal pick off. The other tank's on the siege. He's going to commit. The files, they come in. Another tank falls. And Yakov, he completely shuts down the push. Nickrat, he has to race back. And again, he's taking up. Taking both gases, getting a 4th CC, 2nd factory as well. But he has lost map control. And you know what that means? That means that young Yakov, he's free to drone up to 85. He's free to drone up. He drones up to 86. Even more drones on the way. Very greedy here by Yakov. But after shutting down the first army, I mean, there's nothing to threaten him. There is no threat to Yakov. There is a double drop, but Yakov, he can just keep up with this. He's spreading creep. He's taking. Hive is on the way. Lurker Den is on the way. Yakov, he's going to be free to max out and get into lurkers. And again, that's all just based on the fact that the army was shut down and Nickrat is macroing. So there's just no real danger here for Yakov. Getting into 2-2. Hydra upgrades as well. Spreading creep. At this point, he can go for the gold. Can go for the gold base. And tell Nickrat here to be as active as possible to keep the creep in check. And gets a couple of active tumors. Takes out an Overlord. Backs off. Nicely done. Does gain some value. Ghost Academy's on the way. And Nickrat, he's building up. He's building up. Meanwhile, here comes the lurker production. Vipers as well. Yakov embracing that Hive Tech army. Nickrat is moving out, and can he make something happen here? The lurkers are not quite ready yet. I mean, there are lurkers, but these are lair tech lurkers. The Hive upgrades are still on the horizon. More lurkers are morphing in. Now, what's really risky about what Yakov is doing is that he has no Banelings, of course. No Bailey Nest. So he is vulnerable to bio before lurkers arrive, but the lurkers are here. Lurkers are ready. Nickrat, he does find a flanking army. Harassing force. Shut down most of those roaches. Nidus Worm on the way. Let's go. As Nickrat, he's maxed. He's maxed out. He is secure. Getting to Liberators, getting to Ghost production. Both players are getting to their final forms. I do think that Yakov could have expanded faster. I mentioned before, but he could have gone for the goal base, could have even double expanded as well, or could have spread even more creep because of that. I do think that Yakov is playing a little bit more carefully. He's not taking that many chances. Meanwhile, here towards the left-hand side, the armies do run into each other. Yakov just spreading more creep, engulfing the entire map. Does get a tank. One gets a Liberator as well. Even yoinks a Ghost. Yeah, very nice abductions here from young Yakov. Gets another Liberator. That's a kill, not a cancel on the CC. Oh, good. This could be a kill. Lurker's getting within range. Oh my god, massive spine shots going off, and Yakov is going for the kill. He's going right down the middle. Nickrat was max, but he wasn't quite ready for this. Wasn't quite in position. It's going to be another kill on another CC. GG gets called, and Yakov, he just goes for the throat. He shuts him down. Yakov takes a 2-1 lead. Ooh, GG. GG, well played. Very decisive play there by Yakov. Once again, as soon as Yakov secured map control, I mean, it was a little bit different compared to the last game that we saw. But in this game, Yakov, once he secured map control, he was so greedy. Remember, he droned up to, it wasn't even 86, it was around 88, around 88 drones. He droned up very heavily, took his bases, teched up into Hive Tech, and then he rushed into that lurker-based army. And once he got into the lurkers, he just went for the kill. He went straight for the throat. Nickrat, he just wasn't quite able to reach his final form. He was getting there. Nickrat, he was almost able to secure himself on 4 bases and almost able to get a maxed out ideal, or maybe not ideal, but maxed out army. Alas, didn't quite get there in the end. The lurkers, they were able to bust in just in time. The lurkers, the vipers. And, yeah, Nickrat just wasn't ready for it. Wasn't ready. And a big reason for that, a big reason why that lurker timing hit so quickly and so hard is because of the failed push earlier from Nickrat. It all just kind of snowballed from there. And now we're getting into our next game. Yakov needs one more to be our champion or to advance onto the grand finals. Meanwhile, Nickrat, he has to fight back here and now to tie things up. To tie things up and to force the ace match. I'm hoping we can get there, but the pressure is on the Terran. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Post Youth, we have the red Terran player. Down in the series, 1-2. Onomasa, one more game is all he needs to force that ace match. Representing the Platinum Heroes, it is Nickrat. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player, leading the series 2-1. Onomasa, one more game is all he needs to make it to this finals. It is young Yakov. Here we go. Catching up. Just saw in the chat. Player shipping. Hell yeah. Oh no. Oh no. I will always remember Jack G and Daishi. Yo, that was peak player shipping. Oh, the romance, the bromance between Jack G and Daishi. If you know, you know. This is like back in what? Heart of the Swarm Home Story Cup. Home Story Cup like 2014, 2015. Yo, that was peak. Peak shipping for Daishi and Jack G. Yo, who remembers the SSL? No, was it SSL? No, I think it was the Pro League. Who remembers the Pro League dating series where they made content in between, you know, for the fans, of course, of the players, where they would go on a date and they'd have the cameraman go on a date with like Dark, go on a date with oh god, who was it? With Hurricane as well. Yo. Oh my god. And they had the twist, they had the reveal. I think it was Hurricane. I think it was Hurricane's date where they had the reveal, they flipped the camera, and it was Stork. Stork was on the date. Oh my god. Crazy. Oh no. The drama. It was beautiful. They're on YouTube somewhere. The Pro League SE2 dating videos. They're out there. Oh. As Reaper gets across the map, will delay the third. Not bad. Not a bad setup here by Nickrat, as he does open up 2x Reaper. My apologies. Sorry, I was engrossed thinking about Daishi and Jack G. I was just my mind was elsewhere. But 2x Reaper. 2x Reaper here. Reapers are moving out across the map. The goal of 2x Reaper is to delay the third, and so far successful. Does successfully delay the third base, containing the Zerg player on 2 bases. So far, so good for Nickrat. KDA charges being thrown down. Oh my god, does get a kill. Does kill the drone. And that is all that Nickrat wanted. That is all that they did need. Reapers busting in. So far, Yakov, he does pull the points. Oh, he wants to surround. And he gets one. Barely gets one Reaper, just the one. Nickrat, he gets out of there, spots the new backup third base, once again trying to force a cancel, but he shouldn't be able to. There's plenty of progression. The Queens should be coming out, link speed is almost done, and Yakov should be able to protect that third. KDA charges being thrown down. Another Reaper falls. Nigrat does get the hell out of there. Oh my god, gets cleaned up. But again, he already got the value that he wanted. He did delay the third base quite heavily. And back at home is going 3CC 2-1-1. Now, 3CC 2-1-1 is similar to a regular 2-1-1. A 2-1-1 is 2 Raxes, 1 Factory, 1 Starport, leading into a stim timing with Medivacs with 16 Marines. This does hit later though. Because of the prioritization of this third command center, it means that the Starport and the Factory are delayed. So it is a delayed follow-up here because of the focus on the economy. And because of this, Yakov is free to drone. Yakov, he has more time. He has like an extra minute of droning that he can get away with to saturate his bases and to take an economic lead. Only if he's aware, though. Only if he's aware of what's going on. He's aware of the potential 2-1-1. He did not see the third CC. Because of this, Yakov may cut workers earlier. But he's not. He's droning. Yakov is droning. He does have an overloading position. He does see the timing of stim. So Yakov, he knows that he can still get away with more drones with a fourth base. He's being quite greedy here. His response is with a faster Baling Nest, actually. Okay, faster Baling Nest. For those that don't know, it did happen. Well fought, did you link? Oh no! is this the Pro League VOD? Oh, the date. Oh, let's go. That's Hurricane. Ay. They did one for Hurricane. They did one for Dark. Who else did they do one for? I can't. I think they did like 3 or 4. They did like 3 or 4 different dating videos, where it's like POV, like date with your pro gamer, with your favorite pro gamer. It was crazy. Good times. Good times. Wait, this is back in like 2014, I want to say. 2014, 2015. Jesus, I can't believe it's been that long. Anyway, let's focus on the game. We have Young Yakov threatening a run by. And this will delay the push. Because of this, the 2-1-1 has to race back home. Queens up the Lings, but this does mean that Yakov has more time to spread creep and mass more Queens, build up Banelings, and get into Baneling speed. So it's all about buying time. Nikrak's still stuck at home, getting his third base up and running. Does run into the Lings. Very fortunate here for Nikrak. Does shut the Lings down. But I'm not as behind any shipping between Clem and Max Packs. That's not. I don't know if there are people that do that. I'm not a part of that group. No. Daishi and Jack Gijo, always. Let's make this do more Finn, collapsing here on the Marines. Oh, so far Nikrak does hold. Does hold on. For the most part, Young Yakov is able to keep up with the drop play, he's able to maintain himself, he's getting his fourth base fully saturated, up to 70 workers, fifth base now on the way as well, getting the gold. Yakov is secure skin, reveals saturation, reveals gases, as Yakov is taking into Hive. Now, something really interesting here is that, if you see what I see, I do not see a Hydroden. No Hydroden, no Spire either, Hive is on the way. This looks like Ling Bane into Ultra. This does look like an Ultra Rush here from Yakov, which can be quite effective. The downside is you have limited anti-air. There's no Hydras or Mutas or Corruptors, so drop play can be difficult to deal with. You have to rely on Vipers for their parasitic bombs. But it does feel like that is going to be the case here for Young Yakov. Nikrak pushing forward, gaining ground. Tanks are sieging up. Yakov has got a lot of Ling Bane to work with, going for a counterattack instead. But the goal base is going to be denied. Does he force Nigrak back home? Gets a tank. Tank goes down, gets us around on these Marines. There's that Ultra Cavern that we did mention, so it is going to be we're just going Lingbane, rushing into Ultras. SCVs are going down. And Nigrak, he keeps pushing. But there's Lingbane waiting for him. I don't think he can really push any further. The double drop, though. Takes down the Lings, gets 7 drones, gets a Queen as well, but that's 17 SCVs going down. I don't know if this is worth it yet. Not yet. Not yet for Nigrak. He needs more. He needs to get more damage. Goes to the 5th. Slowly pushing forward. Liberators have arrived. Just no saturation whatsoever here at the 3rd. Oh, he's 8-raxing. Oh, my apologies. Yeah, 3-base all-in. Nigrak, he's 8-raxing. There is no 4th base. There is no macro behind this. I thought he was going to do this on Alkion, if you remember, but he's doing it here on Post-Youth. And one way or another, Nigrak, he's going to end the game. Either he kills a young Yakov or he dies trying. Again, 42 SCVs, barely an economy. 6 Ultras are on the way, though. The Ultras could be enough. I mean, Yakov, he's bought a lot of time. Yeah, the Ultras, they now pop out. Now, the Ultras, they only have +2. They do not have kindness plating. They do not have 3-3. So the Ultras are a little bit squishy. And then this goes down. The Ultras are revealed. And Yakov, he's going for it. He's going to collapse in. From the south, from the front as well. The Ultras, they make it just in time. And it looks like Yakov, he will clean this up. It was a good effort. GG gets called. Young Yakov, he survives the 8 racks. He shuts it down, and he will advance on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Young Yakov, he will make it in the end. Again, it was risky, very risky of Young Yakov to rush into Ultras like that, but he bought a lot of time. He was going for these Ling run-bys, Ling counterattacks. He was delaying Nigrak's push. Nigrak, he was on a timer. Once again, Nigrak, he was going for a 3-base all-in. He had nothing else behind it. He had no 4th base, no other kind of tech of choice or anything like that. No economy, clearly. It was all or nothing, and alas, Young Yakov, he bought enough time for the Ultras, and we saw how heavily the Ultras shut it down, just because there's no Marauders and there's no Ghosts. It's just purely Tank, Liberator, Marine, and mainly Marine. And Marines, they're not ideal against Ultras, clearly. With that, GG, well played. Congratulations. My condolences to Nigrak. He played well to make it this far, especially when it came to Game 1 to gain momentum in the series. But alas, Young Yakov did prove to be a little bit too much, did overwhelm, and does advance on to the finals. GG. GG, well played. And let's have a look at that bracket, a bracket that we have not looked at the entire broadcast. Oh boy, we have a lot to go over here. Oh. Are we... Oh. As I do try to... There we go. As we try to set things up. Bam. Okay. And we do have these updates here. We have, of course, we were covering this earlier. Wayne has been undefeated. Wayne has not dropped a single map here so far. Crazy. Wayne, he 2-0s Replicant. He 3-0s Art. Wayne has been in the finals waiting for his opponent. And we have confirmation. It is, of course, Young Yakov. Yakov, he gets a 3-1 over Nigrak. He does advance on. It is going to be a ZVZ best of 7 grand finals. Oh boy. Here we go. Is it going to be that best of 7? And we do need a moment here to set up those vetoes and to set up the players. Oh boy. Here we go. And this is going to be a rematch. We have seen Wayne and Young Yakov face off recently. We can go over some of the historic matches between these two. But we have seen them face off. And I want to say that the last time they played, Yakov actually took down Wayne. I do weigh Wayne quite highly here, but has been having a bit of a harder time recently. I want to say he hasn't been as dominant as he was in years past. As we do check the history here. Yeah, there it is. Hold on. I got you. We have the technology. But as we switch our scenes over, there it is. The last time they played wasn't too long ago. It was in the 3D Clan Community Super Cup. And you can see here, they face off in the finals. They face off in the grand finals. Best of 7 as well. And Jan Yakov, you can see here, did defeat Wayne 4-2. 4-2. Jan Yakov, he won on side Delta, Dynasty, Oceanborn, and Golden Aura. Did win the best of 7. And again, I do think myself and a lot of people do, I mean, we rate Wayne quite highly. You know, he's top 5 Zerg player in Europe. But, yeah, in recent times has been struggling a little bit. I mean, I say that just before that, Wayne did win the best of 5. True. Wayne, he did defeat Jan Yakov in that best of 5. Took him down here in Masters Cup. We did see that in Hat-Trick Cup. True, I remember casting this. Wayne did off-race his Protoss. But just focusing on that most recent result, Yakov clearly showing that at least in recent times, he can take it to Wayne. We'll see if Jan Yakov repeats this victory or if Wayne gets his revenge. We shall see. Shall see. As we are setting up for that best of 7. Beautiful. And if you're in the chat, predictions will soon be open. Don't you worry, we'll get there. Meanwhile, the lobby has been made and we are jumping in. We are jumping into game 1. It's going to be on Oceanborn. Here we go. Is going to be that ZVZ finals. I'm hoping for chaos. I mean, ZVZ, when it comes to ZVZ, I'm still a little bit spoiled from a Lima League. We casted a Lima League a couple of days ago, less than a week ago at this point, and we just went through the gauntlet of ZVZ in Korea, and it was beautiful. We casted, what was it? It was Shin versus Rogue, then Shin versus Solar, and then Shin versus Dark. 3 ZVZs in a row, and that ended, those three best of 3s ended in like half an hour. Just the intensity and the chaos and the aggression that we had there was insane. We'll see if we can replicate that here. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the red Zerg player. The red Zerg, it is Wayne. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player himself. At times he's old, but here he is young. It is young Yakov. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim this series. Once again, we saw in the most recent, or in the most recent series, in that best of 7, Yakov did take it in the end. But historically, Wayne is the favorite player, so this could go either way. Best of luck in the chat with those predictions. I don't envy you. I do not envy you. Best of luck. And so far, hatch first. So far, we are settling in. It is going to be hatch first from both players. Mirrored builds for the time being. Hatch gas pool. See if they do divert at any moment, at any time. Here we go. And again, when it comes to ZVZ, our main kind of indicators of aggression is going to be a varying build, you know, like faster gas, earlier pool, or even a gasless build here in the early game. Likewise, to see if either player does skip their Bailey Nest, go into a faster Roach Warren, go into a faster Evo Chamber, delays the third at any moment. Keep an eye on both Wayne and Yakov. For now, though, we're settling in. Just catching up in the chat. I always thought art was Polish. There's 2 arts. There's a Polish art, and then there's the not Polish art. You can tell because they spell their names. Oh, they didn't spell them differently, but they have different capitalization. There's art with full capital, and then there's art who has lowercase r. And then there's the other art, which is lowercase r, lowercase a, but capital T. There's oh no. And then there's capital A, capital R, and then lowercase t. Look. It is a bit of a meme. They have memed before. Smooch. It's fine. It's like hero. There's hero, but then there's other hero. Oh my god, meanwhile, two base layer. It is going to be 2 base Roach here from Wayne. is walling off. So we have a standard build out of Young Yakov. He's going Hatch Gas Pool into a third. But as I say, standard build, that is a fast Evo chamber. Okay, so both players are going for quirky builds. It looks normal out of Young Yakov, but with a fast Evo chamber, this should be for a +1 carapace. Should be for a Link Flood. I mean, I say carapace. Can be plus on melee. I'm leaning towards melee or carapace for a Link Flood, but Wayne, he fully walls off. There it is. Carapace is on the way. Wayne, he fully walls off, getting plus on range. Roachhorn, he's skipping bailing, skipping the third base, and walling up. Now, what's important here is that Young Yakov needs to confirm. He needs to confirm whether or not this is 2-base Roach or something different like 2-base Muta. This could be a fake out and we could be seeing a Spire into extra gases into Muta play, but we have full vision. We see no fourth gas. No fourth gas, guys, so this should be Roach play from Wayne. There it is. Roach speed is on the way. So Wayne is skipping Lingbane, getting into Roaches. Meanwhile, Young Yakov has a third, has a greater economy, and with plus on Carapace should also be embracing Roach play as well. Now, plus on Carapace, this usually leads into a Ling Ravager all-in. This is a build that Solar popularized a couple of years ago. It is kind of like the Solar build in ZVZ. The reason for this is Carapace does help, of course, support both your Lings, your Roaches, and your Ravagers. It's an upgrade that applies to all your units. And that is why we have a Link Flood moving out, initially. Lings are moving out to try to punish and force a cancel at the third. And we should be following this up with Roach play. With Roach Ravager play, even. As Lings have arrived, they should force a cancel. Roaches for Wayne are building up. And if this base is cancelled, this may just force Wayne into an all-in, but alas, the base is going to be saved. Young Yakov did not have enough Lings. My apologies, I thought there were more. Wait, there aren't. I was a little bit confused. I was like, where are the rest of the Lings? They're avoiding the Overlords. Interesting. So Yakov, he's basically luring the Zerg player out. He doesn't kill the third because he doesn't want the third. He wants to kill. As Mass Ling has been avoiding every single Overlord, Roaches are amassing. As we mentioned, morphing into Ravager, so again, Ling Ravager here from Yakov. Roaches are moving out. Wayne going for a counterattack. The wall's not a wall. The wall is wide open. Lings, they flood into the natural. They can flood into the main as well. The boys are being pulled. Roaches, they race back home. Yeah, Wayne, he's out of position. Completely out of position. But Lings, they haven't gotten too many workers yet. They're going for the expansion. There we go. Now they flood into the main as well. Base is under fire. Ravagers are moving out. Oof. And this is becoming critical damage. That's a kill! Oh my god! That's a kill in the natural! The natural goes down! Lings, they keep going! Now, the one concern that I have is that Young Yakov, he's forcing the all-in. He's forcing an all-in out of his opponent. He has to get the hell out of here. Yakov, he pulls back, and all he has to do is survive, is defend. All he has to do is defend. Ravagers are morphing in. Wayne is down to 39 drones, down to 2 bases. Building up more Roaches, +1 range is done, +2 range is on the way for Wayne. Yakov, he does get into the mineral line. He wants to surround, and there's the power of this build. He surrounds the army, the Biles, they will connect. Massive connections. And Young Yakov, he snowballs out of control. He shuts down the army, there's almost nothing left. Oh my god, a GG gets called, and Young Yakov takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Young Yakov does take the first game here. Again, just a really solid read here, or really good reaction out of Young Yakov. Once he realized that his opponent was playing 2 base, rushing into Carapace, going for the Ling Flood, luring out the army, and going for the Ravager follow-up as well. Very nicely executed by Young Yakov. And Wayne, it felt like he played to Young Yakov's, kind of to like the beat of his own, to beat of Young Yakov's drum even. Did dance with his music. And yeah, just really well played, really well done. Young Yakov taking a lead here in the series, but that was merely only game 1. We still have game 2, game 3, and even more ahead of us. Let's go. Meanwhile, the sun is rising. We started casting this tournament at 2 a.m. and the sun is rising before my eyes. Let's go. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ghost River, we have the red Zerg player. The red Zerg representing himself. 12 pooling. He's going for the 12 pool. He is not making an Overlord. He's popping off. It is Wayne. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player leading the series 1-0, going for a hatch first build. It is Young Yakov. Or Silky versus Silky. True. Did have Silky v Silky. Did happen. Did happen here, but here we go. The 12 pool is upon us. Now the question becomes, is this a regular 12 pool into an expand, or is this a 12 pool drone pool? We're on Ghost River. Ghost River has a very short rush distance by ground, so I would not be opposed to a 12 pool drone pool here from Wayne. As he's banking up, Lings are in production. Show us what you got. Okay, the drone moves down to low ground. Looks like Wayne is expanding. Is going to expand. Meanwhile, across the map, Hatch Gas Pool. Standard opener out of Young Yakov. Now, a 12 pool is not an all-in. A 12 pool is designed to get you ahead. Now, the purpose here and the goal is to kill some drones. Is to ideally get around 2 workers, maybe more than that, but 2 drones is what you expect. You force the boys off the mineral line, and then you catch up. You catch up, and then you get ahead economically. That is the goal. And this is going to come down to the drone control of Young Yakov, to his worker micro. He has to make sure he minimizes worker losses. As Lings have arrived, more Lings are on the way. They're chipping away at the natural. This natural should not be killed. Young Yakov does have to save it by pulling the boys. And there we go, the boys are being pulled. And there's a delicate dance here between himself and the Lings. Again, he has to try to bait them out. The hatchery taking a lot of hits. Ooh, one drone almost goes down, but the hatchery has taken too much damage here already. The queens are on the way, the Lings are on the way as well. So far, no drone kills. Very nice control. No drones have gone down, but it looks like the hatchery will. The hatchery's so low. Can he get it? The hatchery a couple more hits and it will go down. Looks like it will. Just barely. The queen is going to be denied. He saves it. 1 HP. No shot. Is that game? 1 HP hatchery, it survives. He's crazy. Young Yakov. Oh my god. He holds, he saves the hatchery. The queens have arrived. That was a big investment by Wayne. And now here comes the counterattack. Yeah, 1 HP. Here comes the counterattack back at home. Wayne, he has 2 queens. He should be fine. He should be okay. His 2 queens are in position. The Lings, they slip in. The 3rd queen has arrived. They're going for the queen itself. The boys are being pulled and Wayne holds. Wayne does hold initially, but you know what Wayne needs? He needs to wall up. He needs to wall off ASAP, because here comes a Ling flood. Yakov, he's banking up Lings. Ling speed is on the way. He's going for his own counter all in. He's sending it back. And without a wall, where are the queens going? The queens are trying to hunt down overlords, but we do need that wall as soon as possible here. And here we go. Lings are moving out. The overlord of Wayne does confirm, I think. See some Lings. Not quite. Looking at Wayne's vision. Now he confirms. Now he sees everything that's going on. He needs to wall up. Back at home, Eva Chamber, Roach Warren in a panic. He's trying to wall off as quickly as possible. Oh, the tumor! The tumor stopping him. There we go. We do have a full wall. But the wall has low HP. It's going to go down. Remember, there's no transfuse. The wall will be broken. And Young Yakov is flooding in. The wall's on a wall. He floods in. He gets us around. 1 queen is going to fall. There's no transfuse. Yeah, no transfuse. NG Lings, they peel off into the mineral line. The queens are under fire. There was 1 transfuse available. And Yakov, he has done it. He has broken the back of Wayne. GG gets called, and Young Yakov takes a 2-0 lead. Whew. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Young Yakov, he does take a lead here, does secure himself so far in this finals. And Wayne, that was brutal. That was brutal. 1 HP, 1 more link, 1 more bite, 1 more swipe from those Lings would have been enough to kill the hatchery, and then that would have been fine. Then Wayne would have been ahead. There would not have been a Ling flood because, I mean, you would have been down a base, down in lava, would have been a very different game state. It would have been a massive advantage for Wayne. If he had killed that natural, alas, GG. GG well played, barely did not. And now we're going for game 3. We are going for game 3. Here we go. And things are looking a little bit bleak for Wayne, not gonna lie. It's still best of 7, plenty more games ahead of us, but we need to fight back. We need to put a point on the board to make a series out of this. Let's go. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Alcyone, we have the red Zerg player. He is down 0-2 in this series. The counter 12 pool. Let's go. He's down 2-0. We'll see if he can defend against the 12 pool as the turns have tabled. It is Wayne. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent going for the 12 pool. He sees what Wayne went for in game 1. He wants to show him how it's done. I'll show you how to 12 pool, Papi. It is young Jakob. Aye, Papi. Aye, aye, aye. Let's go. So the 12 pool is upon us. Now this could still be a 12 pool drone pool. We'll see how committed this is going to be. Just like the previous game, just to emphasize, damage needs to be done with this. Now, in the last game, we saw that Wayne, he was prioritizing killing the hatchery. The alternative is to prioritize killing drones. If you remember, young Jakob, he did not lose a single drone in his defense. We'll see if Wayne can replicate that and save his workers, minimize worker losses, and save his natural. As young Jakob, he is going to be expanding. This is not a 12 pool drone pool, just a more regular 12 pool instead. Oh boy. So the defense of Wayne is going to be put to the test here. Again, just like the previous game, it's going to be all about the worker micro. It's going to be all about pulling back the weakened drones, buying time for your lings, buying time for your own defensive queens to pop out, and saving the expansion. As Wayne is moving out across the map. He is revealed to the Overlord, of course. Wayne is aware. Young Jakob is spotted. And it's going to be on Wayne to pull the boys. And to defend. Hatchery taking a lot of hits. Boys are being pulled. And we'll see how well he can micro here and dance against the lings. Jakob going for the drones. Ooh, nice control. Wayne pulls away. Saves the worker. Does save his worker. Brings a couple more drones here to the low ground. Lings have arrived. And Wayne, he should hold. He should be able to hold here. Hasn't lost a drone yet. Very nice control here. Pulls away the weakened drones once again. Does bleed out some lings though. More lings have arrived. Oh, Wayne gets surrounded. Oh, Wayne gets surrounded. One drone goes down. Two drones go down. Things are escalating very quickly here. Two drone kills, then he wants the queen. Does want the queen. He's going to get it as well. Gets surrounded. The queen goes down. Wayne is in trouble here. Queen comes in from the high ground. It's been 2 worker kills so far. Gets a third. And young Jakob gets cleaned up. 4 drone kills. Now what's important, as he bleeds out some extra links towards the end. What's important here, as the dust settles, Jakob has a comparable economy. It's 20 drones to 17. Jakob, oh my god, even more than that. So I will say Wayne lost too much. He lost too many workers here. He had a good defense initially, but he lost a lot of workers. He lost his queen. Now he has to counterattack, but back at home, Jakob, he has 3 queens. He's fine. Jakob is fine. He's walling off, and now Jakob plays 2 base roads from here. Oh, there's a lot to get into. So Jakob, he does take a lead, does take an advantage. What's important though is that Jakob, he's getting link speed. This is not normal. Link speed is usually skipped. The reason for this is because usually from a 12 pool you transition into 2 base roach. As you can see here, young Jakob, he's revealing 2 base roach, roach warren, and an evo chamber. But we know everything. We can see young Jakob, he's going for an all-in. He's going for a bane bust. Young Jakob, he's hiding the lings and going for a bane bust. Now Wayne, because he sees 2 base roach, he skips his Bailey nest. Wayne is doing the correct thing. You skip your Bailey nest, you go for roaches instead, because your opponent should be playing roach as well, and you don't want to waste gas on a Bailey nest. This means that Wayne, he will have to defend with only lings against Ling Bane. +1 melee as well, Jesus. So young Jakob is going for an all-in, and Wayne doesn't know. Wayne, he's taking a third. He's taking a third base, he's going into roaches, he's droning as we speak. This is Wayne's army for lings. That's all he has. And young Jakob is about to pull the trigger. He's about to pull the trigger. Look at the vision here of Wayne. He sees nothing yet. Queens are moving out to zone away those overlords to deny vision. And here it comes. Once again, the overlords are being forced back. Lings are amassing. Up! And Wayne, he does spot some of them. There we go, he knows. He spots the Lings. Back at home, he needs a wall. He needs to fully wall off. The third base is forfeit. It's not going to finish. Evo chambers are on the way. Roach production has begun. And here comes the all-in. That Evo chamber is exposed. That Evo chamber is exposed. He's going for it. Oh, actually going for the third for now. He gives up on the wall. Going for the third base. Dragging the army out into the open. Yeah, Wayne should not be out here. He's so vulnerable to getting surrounded. And Jakub, he pulls the trigger. Balins, they come in from behind. Roaches, they get caught. Balins, they turn away the Lings. Ooh, massive connections. Lings get caught out. And the wall's not a wall. He floods in. The boys are being pulled. Can Wayne hold on? It's going to be close. It's going to be close. But the Lings, they're falling one after the other. The Queens fall as well. The Queen gets surrounded. Oh, the Bile. Oh, my God. Bile doesn't quite connect, but young Jakub, he's running out of steam. Young Jakub, he's running out of steam. Wayne, if he buys a little bit more time, he's going to be okay. Roach trying to get in position. And young Jakub, he's taking too long. I think he's taken a little bit too long here. Wayne is holding. Denies the Balings. Does deny the Balings. Roaches have arrived. And young Jakub, he has no economy. He has no economy. He was completely all in. I do think that going for the third was a bit of a mistake. I think he should have tried to commit to breaking the Evo chamber and busting in. It does get us around. Uh-oh. Does get us around. Roaches are falling. Young Jakub, he's still pulling this off. Does take down almost every single roach. Denies the Ravager. There's no roaches left. No shot. No roaches remaining here. The Evo chamber. Up. He needs to get in. Evo chamber does not finish or doesn't get thrown down. Young Jakub, he's still trying to make this work. Going for the third. Surrounding the roaches. Decent positioning. One roach gets surrounded. So we can see Wayne trading as efficiently as possible. Oh no! To get surrounded once again. Wayne is losing too much. No shot. Wayne, he was so close to holding, so close to defending. He's bled out a lot of roaches. And clearly, with young Jakub, he's not stopping. He is slowly breaking through. He busts in once again. The +1 melee Lings, they wreak havoc here. They take down more roaches. The boys are being pulled. So many drones are going down. And young Jakub, no shot. He's breaking through, takes down the spine crawler. Gets 12 drones. And young Jakub takes a worker lead. Young Jakub, now he's up in workers. Somehow, some way, he persisted. He's got a 10 plus worker advantage. Gets into the main, going for another drone. Up, doesn't quite get it. Whew. And now we can take a moment to breathe. We can take a moment to breathe here. Wayne, he's got 24 drones against the 35 workers of young Jakub. Extra gases are being taken. Young Jakub, he already has the Roach Warren. And from here, I was going to say that young Jakub, he can go into Roach production. But no, he's going into mutas. This is risky. Very risky play by young Jakub. If Wayne goes for a 2-base all-in, he's not, by the way, but if he did go for a 2-base Roach all-in, then young Jakub would just die. He would just die here and now because he would not have much of an army. He's making a handful of roaches. He's showing the roaches to the Overlord. I like this. I do like this. This makes it look like young Jakub, he's still being aggressive. The Lings, they get in. Massive moment here. Lings, they bust into the main base. They do not scout the natural. They get into the main. They don't get behind the mineral line. They do not spot the spy. Looking at the vision here, Wayne, he does not know about the mutas. And all he sees is roaches. And again, this is designed to make it look like it's a roach all-in or a roach push from young Jakub, which is forcing Wayne to make roaches and not queens. He's got 2 queens. He's making more roaches. No third base. Young Jakub is expanding. And here come the mutas. And Wayne has been droning. Wayne has been saturating spaces. He's now moving out with an army. He's spotted, and the mutas, they can slow this down. It's going to be mass muta here from young Jakub. I say that. 8 mutas initially. He's walling up. He does not take the third. I mean, this push has potential for Wayne. Does have potential. Mutas are revealed. That Wayne, he has to break through. He's going for it. He's going to knock down the Eva Chamber. Is cancelled. Ravager goes down. Lings, they flood in. And Wayne, he gets caught out. Yeah, there's plenty on the ground. GG gets called. Young Jakob, he does it again. Takes game 3. Takes a 3-0 lead. Whew. GG, off of the back of a successful 12 pool. The 12 pool member killed a queen, killed 4 drones. Young Jakob, he took a worker advantage after the 12 pool, and that followed up into a Ling Flood, an unscouted Ling all-in, which initially didn't do damage. Remember, initially it was defended. Like, Wayne, he held very nicely against the Ling Flood. But then the Lings, they kept coming. They just kept going. Wayne got surrounded multiple times. Lings, they busted into the expansion. They busted into the natural. Somehow, some way, the Ling Flood still worked anyway, despite how long it took. And with that, Young Jakob got further ahead, got ahead in the economy, used that economy to go into Muta, and there was no answer. There was no answer to the Mutas. GG, well played. We are getting into game 4. And I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping that Wayne can bring it back here, but it's looking rough, Papi. It's looking rough. Oh, no. Part of me would like to sleep as well. You know, it is 6 a.m. in the morning, but I just had some coffee, and now I'm awake. I'll be honest, I was having a hard time casting the first series of this tournament. The first 2 series, but now the coffee has kicked in. I'm wide awake. Give me game 7. Oh, no. Here we go. So we're getting into game number 4 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of side Delta. He's making drones. He's getting an Overlord. It's going to be a standard opener here from our red Zerg player, but the pressure is on. He is down 1 more loss in this series, and the best of 7 will be over. It is Wayne. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player also droning and not 12 pooling. The blue Zerg leading the series 3-0. 1 more game is all he needs to be our champion. This month's champion, it is Young Jakob. Aye. Hatch first. It's going to be hatch gas pool here from our players. We're loading into side Delta. Now, something important about side Delta. 1, the rush distance by ground is relatively long on side Delta compared to some of these other maps. On top of that, we have a ramp. We have a ramp coming into the natural. Because of this ramp, because of the defender's advantage on 2 bases, it is common to see 2-base roach. So just avoid the 3rd base, wall up on 2 bases, and go into roach play instead. That is something that we're going to have to keep an eye out for. Otherwise, we could go into a 3rd and go into Ling Bane. Fun fact, throughout this series, I mean, it's been a very intense best of 7. We have not seen a standard ZVZ yet. We had a 12 pool in game 2, we had a 12 pool in game 3. In game 1, we had a 2-base roach from Wayne, and we had Young Jakob going for a Ling Ravager all-in with +1 carapace. It has not been standard, which is what I appreciate. I love it. This is what I love out of ZVZ. Who wants to see like 3-base versus 3-base, you know, roach v roach in the mid game? Nah, no one wants to see that. Who wants to see just roaches butt heads against each other? Nah. It's all about the chaos. It's all about the nonsense. It's all about the ZVZ, the chaos in ZVZ. That's what we appreciate here, and we might get there again. We'll see. We shall see. Because this map is so defendable on 2 bases, we might see again 2-base play or not. We'll keep an eye out for our players. So far, we're just droning. So far, we are just droning up. Hatch gas pool, Ling speed on the way, pulling out of gas as well. Looks like Ling Bane. It does look like Ling Bane. Lings are moving out for a scouts from both players. 3rd bases are being taken. So far, this looks like the most standard game of the entire series. 3rd base is on time for both players. Bailey Nest thereafter. We are entering the Ling Bane phase of the game. For the first time. for the first time tonight, we have some Ling Bane. Speaking of, there's a Bailey Nest. Bailey Nest for Jakob. And we should be seeing a Bailey Nest for Wayne as well. We should be seeing a Bailey Nest for Wayne. Wayne is making Lings. Wayne is Ling flooding. Okay, never mind. No. Okay, there we go. Bailey Nest is all the way, but Wayne is going to be the aggressor. Wayne is Ling flooding, and Young Jakob has to be very careful here. He needs to be more defensive. We need defensive Bailings as soon as possible here, as Wayne is moving out. Wayne is being the aggressor. As we have Ling flooding across the map, Ling speed does kick in. Young Jakob gets caught out. And Wayne, he's going for the 3rd. His goal here is to deny the 3rd base. Young Jakob His own Lings have now arrived. Banelings are on the way. He has to try to buy time. Brings the army back. Queens move forward. And he should be fine. Yeah, young Yakov, he should be able to hold on. This is a rough fight, though. Didn't have to commit. Didn't have to, but with the help of the Queens, with the help of the Banelings, young Yakov does hold. Whew. He does hold. Behind this, Wayne has been droning quite heavily, actually, droning up to 37. Roach Warren's on the way. And young Yakov, it's on him to counterattack. So on Yakov to counterattack, he does apply some pressure here to the third, going for the drone. Does get one. One drone goes down. Banelings are ready. Banelings are in position. And Yakov backs off. Does back off from here. So again, we do have the back and forth of Ling Bane in Game 4. Do love to see it. Wayne moves out, threatens the third. Young Yakov, he has to respond. He's in position. Oh, the flanking Baneling! Oh my god. Almost. Casito. Nice control of Wayne. One Ling for a Baneling. Better trade for the Red Zerg. Very nicely done. As he does hit the mineral line once again. One drone goes down. Bailey's on the chase. Nice spin here out of Yakov. Trading 2 for 3. Yakov, he does out-trade his opponent with the Ling Bane. Or with the Baneling specifically. Losing 2 Banelings for 3. I mean, I guess he lost one earlier, so even trade. Roaches have arrived, and now we are done with Ling Bane. The Ling Bane phase has ended, and now it's all about who drones and who doesn't. Who saturates the third base, and who commits to 2 base all in. Now we can see here that Wayne is droning somewhat. He's squeezing out a couple of workers. Young Yakov is not. 0, never mind, he is. He's going for some later saturation on the third. And both players need to keep an eye on this. Lings, they flood into the main. They do get into the main base to get eyes on the gases, on any kind of lair timing. I'm a little bit concerned here. No lair for young Yakov. Lair is on the way for Wayne. Yakov, he forces out the Lings. Is somewhat droning. Tentatively so. As he has made a massive amount of roaches that he's pushing. Is moving out. Now, this is not an all-in. You can see that Yakov is droning behind this, but he's hoping to try to force a reaction out of his opponent. There we go. Roach production out of Wayne. Yakov backs off. Defends the third. Yakov still droning, still catching up. Yakov is behind, though. He's behind when it comes to upgrades. Eva Chamber's still on the way. Behind when it comes to the lair as well. Wayne is looking good. Wayne will have the better roaches, the more upgraded roaches that much faster. Spine Crawler on the way just in case. Wayne, he cancels, realizes that it's not an all-in. Yakov has arrived, but Yakov is just puffing up his chest. He's just posturing. He should not push into this. And he pokes in. The Baileys are coming from behind. Massive connections. 5 drones go down. 6 drones go down. Very nicely done. Again, he had no intention to fight. This was all just a ruse just to distract Wayne and slip in with those Banelings. And just like that, the worker counts are evening up. Very nice moves out of young Yakov. But Yakov, he's still falling behind here in the upgrades. +1 is almost done for Wayne. Likewise, roach speed as well, which means young Yakov has to be the defender. He knows that he's behind, so he has to be more defensive instead. He has to build up. And we are entering Roach versus Roach. We are now entering Roach v Roach. Yakov building up. Wayne moving out. Does make sense. He does have the economic advantage. He has +1, and he's pushing. And Wayne is going to commit. He is going to commit with this. And this is going to be a tough hold for Yakov. He has no Ravagers. Roaches are trying to keep up. Wayne forcing Micro here with these piles. With the defender's advantage, though, young Yakov, he can take the fight. Does force Wayne back. Pile doesn't quite connect. Young Yakov, he's holding. Massing Lings behind this. He's out of gas. Is gas starved. Wayne moving forward. Up. Goes down the wiles. They graze the army. Up. Yeah, they immediately only graze. Nice control here by young Yakov. Roach speed about to kick in. Oof. Files do connect. But Yakov, he will catch out one of the Ravagers. And he keeps chasing. Oh my god. Calm down. Gets a second Ravager. Better trades here for Yakov. Surprisingly so. But the reason for this is because young Yakov, he cut workers. He cut workers a little bit earlier. Made more roaches. Does have the supply lead. Yakov, he's up in army supply. Has more roach Ravager pushing forward. Reinforcing with Link Bane. It does outposition Wayne. Wayne, he's going to be stuck pushing up a ramp. Bane's moving forward as well. Files, they do not quite connect. Bane's, they get into the middle line. Massive connections. 10 drone kills. That's all he wanted. 10 drones go down. Yakov, he's crazy. Is going to get surrounded, and young Yakov, he might be cleaned up here. But more reinforcements are on the way. And Yakov, he did enough. Did a massive blow to the economy. Reinforcements have arrived. GG, well played. Young Yakov, he pops off, takes the 4-0, and he is our Fire Grow 4 champion. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Fire Grow Cup number 4. This is a monthly tournament, and it was an intense event as well. A 3-day event. We had the group stage, we had the playoff brackets. 3 days here of StarCraft, and young Yakov looking crazy here in these finals. And fun fact, we almost didn't even have this finals. Remember, we had to delay the semis. Young Yakov, he had no power. He had no electricity. His power went out. He couldn't even play. We waited like an extra 10 minutes. His power came back, and then we played out his semifinals. He played out his series, and he popped off. He was able to take that against Nicorakt. Did actually show a bit of weakness against Nicorakt. Nicorakt did take a game, but here in the finals, this was a dominant showing here. A lot of mind games, a lot of very intensive micro as well. I'm mostly impressed by the Baneling control here of young Yakov in the midst of the Roach fights. Remember, there was that first move out where young Yakov, he faked a push and he distracted Wayne, and he was able to come in from behind with a couple of Banelings. Even there in that final fight, did the same thing where he was engaging with Wayne. He was able to outposition him, got the high ground, and Banelings, they were able to slip into that mineral line as well in the middle of the fight. Very impressive. Very impressive stuff there by young Yakov. GG, well played. He is our champion. Congratulations. Congratulations here. Oh my god. As we head on over and catch up on the events here, on everything that has been going on. Here we go. From the top, this is where it all started. In the group stage, we had Group A and Group B. In Group A, we had Art popping off. Art was the unsung hero of this tournament, not gonna lie. Like, Art, he had a crazy run in the group stage. I was expecting Wayne to come out on top, but no, Wayne, he struggled a little bit more here. We had Art and Strange as 1 and 2, followed by Wayne. Alas, Nickit, Shameless, and Proto Xaver were unable to make it out of the group. Likewise, we had Group B. Group B as well was yesterday. We had young Yakov coming out on top, undefeated, 10-0. 10-0 here. Young Yakov, he popped off in the group stage. He had a dominant showing, and he almost went undefeated. He almost had a perfect score here in the entire tournament. But in the playoffs, Nicorakt, he did make him bleed. He made a god bleed here. Young Yakov, despite the perfect result in the group stage, he did drop game 1 against Nicorakt, but that was the only game that young Yakov lost in the entire tournament. So shout out to Nicorakt. Shout out to Nicorakt for making him bleed, for taking a game. Of course, we had the 4-0 sweep here in the finals. Crazy, crazy. But Wayne as well, like the Wayne that we saw in the playoffs was the Wayne that we expect to see, right? 2-0 against Replicants, 3-0 against Arts. Like, Wayne, he was looking good, but these EVZs, there's a lot of mind games, there's a lot of incomplete information as well. Remember, we had Wayne getting all in a couple of times. He tried his own aggression, which did fail as well. Like, a lot of mind games, a lot of hidden play and hidden builds out of young Yakov, except for this final game, which was more back and forth, right? We had a more standard, micro-intensive final game there. Ling Bane versus Ling Bane, Roach versus Roach. Even there in a more standard game state, young Yakov did pop off. Very impressive. I did show the historic results earlier, how historically Wayne has been the better player against young Yakov, but more recently we had a best of 7 where young Yakov won 4-2 against Wayne, and even here 4-0. Really impressive stuff. This is also why I was really perplexed when young Yakov left the Platinum Heroes. If you remember, young Yakov, he is teamless, and he at the time said that, you know, he had no ill feelings towards Platinum Heroes. He was still looking to be competitive. I think even Platinum Heroes said that he was going on hiatus. But Young Yakov, he's in form. He is in form, definitely. I feel like even a year ago, I would say the best player a year amongst all these players was Wayne. But in recent months, in recent times, over the past 6 months, Young Yakov has been getting better results. Has been looking a little bit better than Wayne, which it's been great to see the growth of Young Yakov. Even yesterday, though, you know, he was old. He was old Yakov instead. Depending on which kind of Yakov, just depend on the kind of play we see, I guess. Question mark. Regardless, GG. GG, well played. Oh my god. Shout out to Middle VK, by the way. I should also wind it back a little bit because I know we just jumped into casting. For those that are unaware, for those that do not know, the Fire Grow Cup is a monthly tournament. It is open to all players from the CIS region. We do have Ukrainian players compete as well. They did compete last time, not this time, but they have competed in Fire Grow Cups in months past. And as I just mentioned, this is a monthly tournament. This is a monthly tournament that Mindo VK has been organizing, has been hosting, and it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work to bring together all these players. Again, to have a group stage with 6 players in each group, it takes a lot of work, takes a lot of effort. So much love here to Mindo VK for organizing, for hosting, for even casting as well. Mindo VK, he has been spending a lot more time casting as of late, kind of transitioning a little bit away from competing and playing and being a pro player and more of the content creator side of things. So it has been cool to see that transition from Mindo VK. And yeah, we've been watching Fire Grow Cups from afar. This is our first time casting it, and it was a lot of fun. Clearly, it's at a really bad time zone for me. It's 6:20 in the morning, and I said before that at the start of the broadcast, when I was casting Strange versus Nicaract, I'll be honest, I don't know if you noticed, at times you could hear me speaking from far away because I was waiting for like moments, for like lull periods, and I would get up and I would do like a squat or two. I would because just to keep the blood pumping and just to wake up and be alert. If you remember, I think it was in the middle or towards the end of Strange versus Nicaract that I stepped away for a little bit. I made some coffee, did make a cup of coffee, and that kicked in the semifinals. That did kick in, and now I'm wide awake, which is maybe not the best thing because now would be a really good time to sleep. Actually, that would be a really good time to sleep. It's not gonna happen, not anymore. But it's fine. We got some work to do anyway. You know, I can edit these VODs. I can render some more Elite League VODs. There's definitely work to do, so it's all good. I can stay up a little bit longer. And hopefully I can sleep before the next cast. For those that are curious, the next broadcast we do cast on a daily basis. This weekend was intense. We had like 6 events over 2 days. We had a lot of casting this weekend. A lot of casting, a lot of StarCraft. And it continues tomorrow, depending on where you are in the world. Later tonight for me, we're going to be casting the Wardy TV Monday. The Wardy TV Monday is going to be live on this channel. Quickly checking. That is going to be in how long? It's going to be in 16 hours. 16 hours, plenty of time. I have plenty of time to stay up, get some sleep, get some food. So in 16 hours time, we're going to be live with the Wardy TV Monday. That is a weekly open tournament. Because of its time slot, it is actually not a bad time for Europeans. So we get European players, we get Korean players, players like Björn, Hero, Dark, Clem, Max Pax, and so on. They do compete on a regular basis. So if you want to, do tune in to the Wardy TV Monday. Again, that's going to be here on this channel in 16 hours time. I should get plenty of rest before it, hopefully, as long as the coffee doesn't do me wrong. So yeah, I'm gonna be getting some I'm gonna be getting to work, I should say, and editing a bunch of VODs, scheduling a bunch of VODs for the YouTube. If you're curious of VODs, rendering them, what for? For YouTube, papi! Exclamation mark YouTube in the chat. If you wish, you can follow us on YouTube as well. We are actually live on both Twitch and YouTube. We do co-stream. We do stream on both platforms at the same time for the most part for most events. So if you wish to, or if you want to, you can check out our YouTube channel. You can watch us there, or you can check out the VODs yourself. Oh. Here we go. You can check out the VODs yourself. We do upload VODs on a daily basis on YouTube, so if you can't watch live, do check out the VOD content. Otherwise, you can also follow us on all the social medias: Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings. You can follow us. We do post whenever we go live on each platform. Likewise, you can interact with us via Discord outside of just the game, outside of just casting. Discord is the place to be. Other than that, you can support us on Patreon. You can see here just under Young Yakov's name, we have a Patreon, !Patreon in the chat if you wish to support us there. The Patreon does fund all of our tournaments. We do host events on a weekly basis. Actually, this is our second broadcast of the evening. Earlier, we were live with Sparkling Tuna Cup. That is funded by Patreon. It's funded by Patreon. You can help us grow it via Patreon as well. You can see we're so close to our next goal, to 320 USD a month. That will help us boost the prize pool and have a greater pool for our players to compete for and to earn as well. After that, we can then work on hopefully growing the prize pool to allow for top 4 to get paid out. Currently, for our weekly tournaments, we only pay out top 2, but if we can grow the prize pool, we can then pay out top 4 as well. So we can spread the love and support even more players. That's the plan. That's the hope. That is the dream. Oh, so do check us out if you wish. Otherwise, thank you so much. Thank you so much for watching. It was an intense event. It was an intense broadcast. Just catching up in the chat. Wayne got tilted after that 1 HP hatchery. True. Oh my god. I mean, that's how the series started. Jesus. Crazy. Yakov really impressive here. He was very impressive, especially considering, like, I do think quite highly of young Yakov, but like traditionally, especially in years past, and I stand by it, Wayne has been the greater player, right? Wayne, he has had the better results, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. I would say that Wayne is, top 5 Zerg player in Europe, just behind Lambo and the Laser, right? Like, when I think of the Zerg players in Europe, I think of Cyril, Raynor, Lambo, a Laser, and then Wayne. I would say Wayne is top 5 Zerg in Europe. At least he was for a long time. But young Yakov, he's threatening that. He's threatening the placement, the hierarchy of Zerg in Europe. So we'll see. We'll see if this trend continues. This was a good event, and we have seen some better and better results from young Yakov over the past couple of months. We'll see if he solidifies himself at the top of the European scene. We shall see. Here we go. What country are you in? Australia, Pat. Can't you tell by my accent? Clearly Aussie accent, mate. Indeed, ladder of Final Fantasy 14. No shot. Time for ladder. You're all crazy, mate. You think a sleep-deprived light is gonna enjoy the ladder? No. The smurge would be real. No. Now, I have to upload Lima League VODs. Gonna be working on VODs, working on other stuff. It's all good. And maybe getting some breakfast. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We do appreciate it. The next Fire Cup should be in December. If MinoVK makes it, it's possible that he might skip a month. It's hard to say. I don't know if he plans on, maybe taking a month off for the holidays, spend time with family. Not too sure. But we'll keep you guys updated. We'll keep you guys posted. If there is another Fire Cup in December, then we will be all over it. We'll be casting it here on the CranKy Ducklings. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for the support. Again, our next broadcast is going to be in 16 hours with the Wardy TV Monday. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you for the support. Is anyone else streaming here tonight? Is anyone else live? If so, we might... Well, obviously, we'll be giving them some love, giving them some support. Who is live at the moment? Let's see. Sal, Uppertree Zelda's live. Cosmos is live casting Amantis is StarCraft. Do love to see it. Hatsu is live. I would not mind rating Hatsu. Hatsu was also adminning the event, and also supporting MinoVK whenever she could. Ome Dave is live. Dave Testa. Who else? Who else is live? Regardless, we'll find someone. We'll find someone to send our love to, send everyone over to. So give them a chance, give them some support, give them a follow if you enjoy their content. Otherwise, we'll see you guys next time. Until then, thanks so much for watching. Hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego. See you in 16 hours.